mark. I'm super excited to be joined by the fantastic duo of Grandmaster Harshit Raja and my good friend Sagar Shah. A lot of high fives here in our studio. There are going to be some in the playing arena as well. Guys, we had such intense action on day 4. Setting up today, you know, we've got two big clashes at the top. It's the clash of the titans that we're going to be looking at and a certain fight for survival for one team. What are you most excited about?
Yes, Sagar bhai.
I'm very excited for the first game itself.
Let's show it.
It's actually the Triveni Continental Kings taking on the upgrade Mumbai Masters. Wow, the two teams who have shown like amazing play in this tournament are facing off against each other.
And that's exactly how we start the day. We've got 3 epic battles lined up. But first, let's just set the stage with our leaderboard. This is where we stand, which will tell you exactly why Sagar Shah is so excited about what's coming up. Look at that, at the top of the leaderboard with 9 match points. For the upgrade Mumbai Masters edging out the Kings on game points currently. But to me, Harshit, the one storyline, the one narrative stands out is not at the top, but at the bottom.
Yeah, definitely. PBG Alaska Knights have been struggling in this tournament so much. They have Gukesh and Arjun playing for them. And Sagar, I don't think anyone have imagined after day 4 to be at the bottom of the leaderboard.
Yeah, I actually was at the dinner table yesterday and saw Gukesh and Arjun together sitting and discussing because this is very important for them.
And let's also just talk about, you know, what the players have to put up today, because yesterday was quite a disaster for some and celebration for others. We started with the Alpine SG Pipers win of 10-4 against the American Gambits and a bounce-back victory by the upgrade Mumbai Masters and the Triveni Continental Kings. It's the 18-2 score that stands out against the PBG Alaskan Knights, headed by Gukesh. And I'm just thinking to myself, what is it that's not working for the Knights? You've got Gukesh on top board. You mentioned Arjun. A lineup like that alongside Lenier Dominguez, it makes no sense that they have no match victory but also no game victory.
But it also shows that each of the teams here are just so strong. No one on any given day is a favorite to win. They are all very even.
Yeah, I have a feeling that PBG Alaska Knights definitely need to change something in their strategy to make a comeback. But it's all going to be about the first match. Mumbai Masters taking on Triveni Continental Kings.
And so much of that will also come down on that icon board. But you know, यहाँ पे माहौल बन चुका है chess का. Chess fever is on in Mumbai. This is the action that we saw yesterday with the players walking in, Sagar. So many fans here seeing their idols, and there we've got some of the best players in the world. The absolute elite of the chess world is here in this stunning Royal Opera House.
And actually yesterday when I had a break, I was inside the playing hall watching at those players. It's a fantastic experience to be inside. You also get a chance to play against Daniel.
Dubo, you get to play Jose, and this fan zone which has been created is so world class, guys, that actually you just feel like hanging around there. It's a chess-mai atmosphere. I love it. Look at this. Wow.
The players
Beautiful.
getting their boats signed by some of the top players, getting pictures, a great moment for them to remember. And then you can see the camaraderie between Gukesh and Arjun. Their team is struggling, but their friendship is going stronger.
And that's so important because it is all about team spirit. One team that's managed to get their game back in the spin of things has been the Alpine SG Pipers with 2 back-to-back victories. They took down the Fire's American Gambits, and there we've got the scoreline. We saw top 4 games ending in a draw, and then 2 fantastic wins on the Women's Superstar and the Prodigy board.
And we've actually seen the storyline that the Prodigy board and the Women's Superstar board is very important for the final result here. Leon Mendonça and Nino Batsiashvili doing the job for APG Alpine SG Pipers, who are actually at the top of the leaderboard now.
Yeah, and Nino Batsiashvili, she's been amazing for the Alpine SG Pipers.
She really is, and it was her day today, and this game could have gone either way. It started with handshakes but ended with only one player happy, but that doesn't tell the full story. While it was a strategic Queen's Pawn opening, pieces were flying all over the board.
Oh, absolutely. Theodora Inyach was actually dominating through the most part of the game, but Nino Batsiashvili, Queen C2, tried to go King B1. Knight to b4, Theodora Inyach had the advantage in this position, but the clock, she was fighting, and then finally she took the pawn on f5 and lost on time as Nino Batsiashvili won the man of the match, the player of the round for the Alpine SG Pipers.
And it looks like it was the superstar women boards that were doing all the job for the team, because it was the same story for the upgrade Mumbai Masters against the PBG Alaskan Knights, where they had an 18-2 victory in that matchup, and for them it came down to that board of Harika that got the job done. What a game by her.
Yeah, Harika played incredibly well yesterday. She was really stable, and in this format, to actually dominate a game from start until the end is very difficult. And Harika did just that. There are very few players who are able to do this. Just goes to show what a strong player she is. Attacking White's king side, bringing the bishop in, taking the right call, staying ahead on time, and there you can see final moves there, and the player of the match
And
from her own captain.
And that's got to be a special feeling, not just for the player, but for Suhail Chandok as well. There, Harika has been retained by the team for all 3 seasons, has been one of their veterans for the upgrade Mumbai Masters, a key player. And yesterday, she shows exactly why. Of course, we'll be showing you exactly why there is so much excitement here at the Royal Opera House as we go to the halfway mark of the Global Chess League. A lot more action coming up on the other side of this break. And whatever it is that you planned for the day, you need to cancel it right now, because this is a match that you absolutely cannot miss. It's a clash between our top 2 teams as the upgrade Mumbai Masters take on the Triveni Continental Kings. And now it's time for the coin flip to decide the colors. Arohi is with the captains. Let's see who wins the toss.
The mid-season battle for the top of the table stands here, right at the toss. We have Upgrad Mumbai Masters going up against the Triveni Continental Kings, the top two teams on the table right now. Hari Krishna for Upgrad Mumbai Masters and Luke Wanweli for Triveni Continental Kings. Also joining us for the coin toss is Miss Avika Jain, Player Relations Global Chess League, along with Bharat Singh Chauhan, Tournament Director, and Mr. Ashok, Chief Arbiter. And now for the coin toss, Hari Krishna will be taking the call. Heads is the call.
Tails. Triveni Continental Kings wins the toss, decided to play black. Thank you.
Luke, can we have you here? How important was winning the toss today?
Well, I told my team beforehand that we're going for black, so they're kind of mentally kind of prepared to play with black. But well, there was always a slight chance that Hari Krishna would win the toss. Very small, but yeah, cannot exclude everything.
Good thing you got what you wanted. But let's talk about the team dynamics now. We have Wei Yi, who's been doing really well so far. Today he faces Wesley So. In the head-to-head battle between the two, Wesley does have an advantage. Will that play a part in the game today?
Well, I mean, we just look at our own strength, and the team is actually feeling well, but can be also said about the Mumbai Masters. They also have the momentum going, so it's going to be a very interesting clash. Who's going to keep their momentum?
All right, all the best for your game today.
Thank you very much.
Hari Krishna, happy with white?
Yes,
Would you have picked that had you won the toss?
maybe.
One thing's for sure, you don't reveal your cards, whether before the toss or after them. But you have one game. Let's talk about the icon board. We have MVL up against Ali Reza, who's been rampaging anybody who comes against him. What are the odds like?
As a captain, I look at all the boards, but of course, Ali Reza is a very strong player, and he won all the games. But that's not, I mean, MVL is also doing quite well here, and we'll see a very interesting match between them.
Confident that MVL would be breaking the winning streak that Ali Reza is on.
That's very provocative, but let's say we want to witness a great match, and I think it will be a very interesting match between these two teams.
All right, all the best to the home team. Do well.
Thank you very much.
That is it from the coin toss. The news from the center is that Triveni Continental Kings have won the toss, opted black.
It's going to be a firecracker of a match, this one that we start the day with the Upgrad Mumbai Masters taking on Triveni Continental Kings. Also, Sagar, super nice to see the captains, Grandmaster Hari Krishna and Grandmaster Luke Wanweli, really having a good time with each other. A lot of laughs there.
Yeah, they both are very comfortable right now. They're leading the table, but I doubt if that would be the same emotions at the end of this match.
It's all fun and games until the action starts on the board. The Triveni Continental Kings starting with the black pieces. This is going to be very exciting to follow.
And Luke Wanweli is becoming a little bit of a toss champion. He did the same yesterday, won the toss, and the team led itself to a victory against the Ganges Grandmasters. And what a match that was. An 11-6 victory for the Kings in this one, taking the Grandmasters down. And all across Mumbai, the chess world, there was one name on everyone's mind, Ali Reza Firouzja, getting his fourth back-to-back victory. He is on a perfect 100% so far.
Yeah, he's playing incredibly well, but so is MVL. You know, he's played excellently, and I guess this matchup might be the one where Ali Reza could be stopped.
Well, it looks like he's kind of unstoppable because just in Mumbai, this guy in pink, Ali Reza Firouzja, he's taken down the world number 2 Hikaru Nakamura. He's taken down the world number 3 Fabiano Caruana. He's taken down the 15th world champion Vishwanathan Anand and the 18th world champion Gukesh Tomaraju.
And look at the opening. He started off with this offbeat opening, knight c3 and a3. Vishy castling his king, but Firouzja always looked comfortable, and there was resignation by Vishy, allowing the ferocious Firouzja to win the player of the match prize for the third time now, if I'm not mistaken. I mean,
He's won so many of them. In fact, there's a hoarding outside, Tanya and Harshit, which says Mumbai ka Don Kaun. And I think right now, it's without doubt Firouzja.
He's definitely been the big player so far, scoring 13 game points for his team, 4 out of 4. What a performance it has been for him so far. And this is what our leaderboard looks like as we get ready. We set up the stage for day 5 here. Once again, right at the top of the leaderboard, the two teams who will be facing each other. That's, of course, our big marquee storyline for today. And then we've got a 3-way tie between Ganges, Alpine SG Pipers, and the Fire's American Gambit. And, of course, the PBG Alaskan Knights. It is a do or die for them today. This is the fight for survival for them.
Yeah, I think today, if they go wrong, then I think they are really out. I've been saying this even yesterday, but technically they are still alive if they win all 6 of their matches. But I think if they lose today, then it's done.
I think we kind of get to see a preview of the finals potentially between Upgrad Mumbai Masters and the Triveni Continental Kings. Ooh la la.
Hot call by Harshit bhai.
Yeah, I love where your head's at right now, Harshit. This very well could be the preview of what's coming up in the finals. Let's set the table of the 3 epic team battles that we have lined up for you on day 5. Starting the day with the Upgrad Mumbai Masters against the Triveni Continental Kings. We'll follow that up with a fight for survival of the PBG Alaskan Knights against the Alpine SG Pipers. And to finish the day off, we will have Vishy versus Hikaru. It's the Ganges Grandmasters taking on the Fire's American Gambit. A lot more action coming your way on the other side of this break.
Pull up in a demon on guard, looking like I still do fraud.
जब घर में कोई किलकारी गूंजे, ये लोरी की धुन में गाती है। जीवन की आपाधापी में मन को सुकून पहुंचाती है। कोई अपना कहीं खो जाए अगर सीने से लगाई लेती है, कला अपने भीतर ही रहती है।
कला अपने भीतर ही रहती है, कला अपने भीतर ही रहती है।
You Mumbai, new champions of season 2015.
Table tennis season 6 winner, you Mumbai GT.
Some moments deserve something extraordinary. Melted Joy's limited edition assorted box. Crafted dark chocolate, naturally sweetened, made to share, made to savor. Celebrate the game. Celebrate yourself.
Grab it, visit, grab it, grab it, visit, grab it, visit, grab it, visit, Gampa!
Grab the fizz, Campa wali fizz.
You Mumbai, new champions of season 2015.
Table tennis season 6 winner, you Mumbai GT.
Some moments deserve something extraordinary. Melted Joy's limited edition assorted box. Crafted dark chocolate, naturally sweetened, made to share, made to savor. Celebrate the game. Celebrate yourself.
Grab it, visit, grab it, visit, grab it, visit.
And we're going to start the day with the mouth-watering clash that we've all been waiting for. The 2 times defending champions, the kings of the Global Chess League so far, the Triveni Continental Kings, taking on the one team for whom it's all the way up. It's Upgrad Mumbai Masters, and what a clash this will be. It's also the replay of the Season 1 Grand Final, and what an incredible fight that was. Eventually, the Triveni Continental Kings taking the title in Season 1. But I want to touch upon this a little bit, because for the Upgrad Mumbai Masters, that's the one team, Harshit, that has had maximum margins here. They took down Ganges Grandmasters on day 1 with 17-4. They beat the PBG Alaskan Knights 18-2 yesterday. On paper, on board, which of these two teams has impressed you more?
To be honest, just because of this player, Alireza Firouzja, it's very hard for me to pick Upgrad Mumbai Masters. Alireza Firouzja surely makes the reason why I think Triveni Continental Kings has been super impressive to me, and I wouldn't be surprised if they are on course to win their 3rd title in a row. Long way to go, and the biggest challenge is right in front of them against Mumbai Masters.
And what a match this will be. And of course, the big statement here at the Global Chess League is that every board matters. While the Icon board has been doing that job, it also comes down to that Prodigy board. And that's where, Sagar, we'll start our debate here with. I want to go board by board, just assessing the chances. What do you make when Bardia clashes against Moritzi in this one?
I have a feeling that Daneshwar Bardia is in amazing form here. He won 3 of his games against Leon, where he lost. He was better and got checkmated. So my vote here goes to the Upgrad Mumbai Masters. You know, they are really strong on this board.
I second that, and I'm also going to go with the Upgrad Mumbai Masters. And now we have the Superstar Women's board between Koneru Hampi and Zhu Jinner, and the other one between Harika. But let's start with Koneru versus Zhu Jinner. Sagar bhai, what is your prediction about this one?
For this one, I have a feeling that Zhu Jinner is more stable in this tournament. Hampi did beat Katrina Lagno yesterday, but we all saw she was on the verge of being beaten, but she came back. So my vote here goes to Triveni Continental Kings.
So it's Jujina on that board, and I want to touch upon Harika versus Alexandra Kostyuk. What a battle this is. They played endless encounters against each other. Harika, the player of the match yesterday for the Mumbai Masters.
And Alexandra Kostyuk also winning her game yesterday. So this is going to be a very important match between these two players. I am going to be going with Harika on that match for Mumbai Masters. And now we set our stage for the Superstar Men's board. One between Shakhriyar Mehmediyarov and Vidit Gujarati, and you know, I have a feeling that this is the board where the Upgrad Mumbai Masters is trying to put pressure on Vidit, who has been struggling.
And I really like that point that you make, because Vidit is a player who's had shaky positions yesterday. How do you recover from a battle where you miss a checkmate in just 2 moves? Could this be the decider board in this match, and how important is it, Sagar, for Vidit to make sure things don't go wrong?
I think Vidit is the only player right now in Triveni Continental Kings who hasn't won a game yet, and it's very important for him to fire before they move into the second half of the tournament. He has beaten Shakhriyar Mehmediyarov before, so I have this feeling that he will be feeling confident today.
And I want to just talk about the man who's also been getting the job done for the Triveni Continental Kings. Vehi, what a performer he's been, you know, alongside Alireza Firouzja. It almost looks like a partnership of Rohit Sharma and Virat Kohli in play there. Really getting the job done for the Kings on the top 2 boards.
Oh, definitely. And now we see the biggest match that we have on stage. Alireza Firouzja, the man who's 4 out of 4, the only player in the tournament with full points, taking on Maxime Vachier-Lagrave, also being the backbone for the Upgrad Mumbai Masters.
Both from France.
Both from France,
Oh,
yeah.
the 2 Frenchmen are going to play each other. They know each other really well. I'm pretty sure they work together as well and have worked in the past together. My feeling here is that the Triveni Continental Kings are a small favorite on board number 1.
And you know what? I am going to, for the first time, go against you and going to say that Maxime Vachier-Lagrave is going to prove that he is the more experienced player in this match. But it's going to be close.
Harshit at the start was like, how do you root against Triveni Continental Kings when there is Alireza Firouzja? And now suddenly he's the one who's like, oh, Upgrad Mumbai Masters.
Because I like rooting for the underdogs. And I do think that Maxime Vachier-Lagrave is an underdog in this match. And I have a feeling that because of that, he is going to do really well here.
It blows my mind that you say that, because though Alireza Firouzja is on 13 game points, guess who's the second best performer at the Icon board? He's playing the guy who's with 9 game points for his team. So truly a clash of the 2 best performing icons that we have here on that top board. What a match we set ourselves up for. And there we've got the Kings. They are the first to arrive. And there we see the players. You know what? Alireza Firouzja, the only one with a smile. 4 out of 4. Is Maxime going to put a stop to that hot streak?
And he's leading the pack, and I love that. You know, this confident walk by Firouzja, leading the team. Vei, Vidit, Zhu Jinner, the chess queen, and Marc-André Morizzi, followed by the coach with 2 flags in his hands. He seems very happy with their team's performance, showing a little dance move there.
Yeah, I mean, in general, they've made this entire camp their own, and there we see the upgrade Mumba Masters team: MVL, Wesley, Mamedyaro, Humpy, Harika, Daneshwar Bardia, and the coach Hari Krishna there.
And as the teams are getting ready to enter the arena, the 2 teams that are filled with gladiators, stacked top to bottom, there my final questions to my 2 good friends is it going to be the Triveni Continental Kings, or do the upgrade Mumba Masters take this epic clash? I'll start with you, Sagar.
I'm so torn because Mumbai is my hometown, but I have a feeling that the Kings are just too strong today.
I like competition, and that's why I'm going to be going with the crowd favorites, the hometown favorites, upgrade Mumba Masters on this one, and I'm banking on Shakhriyar Memedyarov's board, to where they're going to try and put a lot of pressure.
The 2 best performing teams go on a full-on clash between each other. That's how we start the day. Is the upgrade Mumba Masters taking on the Triveni Continental Kings? Who will come on top on the chessboard? Will it be the Masters or will it be the Kings? It's the chess moves right on the other side of this break. Don't go anywhere.
this is the battle for the top of the table mid-season. Let's call our first team, the home team on their home turf. Give it up for Upgrad Mumba Masters.
Spotlights burning through the night, legends stepping into the light. Crowds roll like a rising tide, biggest stars standing side by side.
Let's welcome the players. Former World Blitz champion Maxime Vishy, Wesley So. Former World Blitz champion Shakhriyar Mamedyarov. The reigning women's World Rapid champion Koneru Hampi. Harika Dronavalli. Vaidya Daneshwar, along with their coach Hari Krishna. And now to battle it out, we have the Kings. Please welcome Triveni Continental Kings.
From every corner of the globe, holding their
Give it up for the players. Ali Reza Firoja, World Cup runner-up Wei Yi, Vidit Gujarati, Women's World #2 Zuzina, former Women's World Champion Alexandra Kostenyuk, Makandria Moridze, along with their coach Luke Van Bailey. All the best to both the teams. You all can take your boats. And now for the first move, may I please call upon Mr. Prakash Chanda, Regional Business Head, Reliance Consumers, along with Bharat Singh Chauhan, the Tournament Director.
And we see Bharat Singh Chauhan with the chief guest going to make the inaugural move on this board. I'm very excited always to see what the first move is going to be, Tanya, but the stage is set here. D3.
I'll tell you one thing. This is not the first move of choice that Maxime will have against Ali Reza Firoja. It's all eyes on the icon board. Kya hi clash hai ye? You know, we've got the former World Blitz champion, Maxime Vishy, playing his teammate right now, Ali Reza Firoja. They've played for the French national team so many times, but right now, all that camaraderie is out of the window. They know each other well and as well as
and we have kickoff. We have kickoff, Tanya, in the game between Hampi taking on Zuzina, and also here we can see Harika's game starting with the chess queen Alexandra Kostyanyuk, knight to f3, played by her.
Alexandra Kostyanyuk, the former women world champion there. Again, they've had so many battles between each other, know each other's styles super well, very solid, and of course this as well, the world #2 Zuzina taking on Hampi.
I mean, all the games are so important in this match. The icon board starts a bit later, which gives them time to understand what's happening on all the games, and I'm sure they choose the opening based on what's happening on the other boards. And Catalan, played by Hampi, very solid.
And the Catalan is that light squared bishop. Let's highlight that, the crowning jewel of the opening. That bishop, if you can open it up, that's when you start looking for advantage out of the opening. But this move, a rare choice by Hampi.
Yeah, I've never seen this. The queen usually goes to c2, so that after pawn takes c4, the queen won't be under attack. But I'm sure Hampi has something prepared as she goes for this rare move, making Zuzina a little confused here. Oh, by the way, we do have kickoff, do we? On the icon board? No, not yet. Not yet.
Not yet. And as Zuzina takes a pause, once again, a non-standard move. This means this is preparation by Hampi for this particular match. Putting the queen there, the idea is, Harshit, you want to get your knight out quickly and then start thinking about the central break. You want a decision by Jinnah as quickly as possible. Mumba Masters with the first small surprise of the opening.
Oh, definitely. And I loved how you mentioned that with the bishop being on g2, we want to open up the position so that this bishop can be on this fantastic diagonal here. And let's go to the game of Wesley So, taking on the runner-up of the World Cup, Wei. And look at this. He goes for the Sicilian opening, and here the other game which is super important for us to follow, Shakhriyar Mamedyarov, the man in form for Upgrad Mumba Masters, taking on Vidit Gujarati from the Triveni Continental Kings. Pawn to c4 played on that board.
And that's the matchup that you gave a shout to for Shakhriyar Mamidaro, Vidit Gujarati. So important for Vidit to keep this one under control. He's had a shaky performance so far in the Global Chess League for the Triveni Continental Kings. It starts with what looks like a reverse Sicilian. It's the English opening, and once again, we'll see that white bishop land on the longest diagonal on the board.
And I feel as if the white players have prepared this strategy that they want to start the game out slow, kind of wait and see what's happening on the other boards, and then choose where to take their chance.
Harshit, I have to say, I mean, playing a guy like Shak, who is so aggressive, so attacking, and you're not feeling your confidence, I think psychology will play a massive role in this match. Vidit will have to really believe in himself and forget what's happened. He missed a 2-move checkmate against Sindarov and went on to lose a rook and bishop versus a rook, a technically drawn position.
He has to put that in the past right now, Tanya, as he has to be on his A game. Shakhriyar can change the momentum of the game at any moment. Let's go to the icon board as the games have lift off. Maxime Vachier-Lagrave versus Alireza Firouzja. Oh, they're still waiting. They're still waiting. I'm very curious to see what the openings are. Not yet.
Just seconds away. No eye contact. It's handshakes. And we are off. Maxime Vachier-Lagrave starts with his classic, his typical king's pawn opening.
And also the Prodigy board gets kickoff. Pawn to e4, played by Daneshwar Bardia here. But let's go to the icon board, as I'm very curious to see the opening here. And Najdorf, played by Firouzja, the opening which MVL is considered to be an expert in.
I love that. Firouzja saying, I will take the battle into Maxime Vachier-Lagrave's territory. Maxime Vachier-Lagrave is the proponent of the Najdorf. He is the player with the maximum experience. If anyone wants to play this opening with the black pieces, you study Maxime's game. But Alireza making a statement here. He's saying, I'm ready for a fight and I'm bringing the fight into your game.
Absolutely. This does declare war, as he does not want to go for the solid Berlin opening. Goes for e6, Tanya. Generally, black advances the pawn to e5, but here with e6, it does allow white to go for this quick advance with pawn to g4. Will Maxime go for the idea with g4? He can also castle and play it safe.
And Alireza Firouzja currently on 4 out of 4. How motivated is he to get a full 5-set win at this point right now? The only player he hasn't beat is the one in front of him. He's taken down world number 2, world number 3, 2 world champions. What a run this has been for him.
And if he wins this game, it means that he has beaten players from all the teams.
Everyone.
It's a clean sweep.
An absolute whitewash by him if he's able to get it done. But Maxime Vachier-Lagrave has been the other star performing icon here for the Upgrad Mumbai Masters. And right now, he's made sure that Alireza isn't able to get b5 in. So clamping down on the left flank.
Yeah, this is a very classic idea in the Sicilian openings to push your pawn a4 to a5, not only gaining space, but stopping this idea of b5, as you mentioned. He goes castles, does not go for the opposite side castling. And against Firouzja, I think this is a very constrained approach.
We called Alireza and Veyi the Rohit Sharma, the Virat Kohli partnership for the Triveni Continental Kings as this opening develops. Let's quickly jump into that one. Wesley So taking on Veyi, and that does feel like a clash of styles. Upgrad Mumbai Masters, extremely solid play on the second board. Veyi always looking for attacking possibilities. And another Sicilian.
Another Sicilian and another opening where white goes for the bishop e2 Najdorf. But look at this. I was talking about how e5 is the main move played in this position. And that's exactly what Veyi goes for. Knight b3, bishop develops, castles. And I'm just trying to go to the live position, Tanya.
Harshit, what are the chances that Veyi and Alireza sat down at night and said, you know what? Let's go for the Najdorf against the Upgrad Mumbai Masters if we get the black pieces. Top 2 boards, same opening.
And there is a reason why they do this, right, Tanya? Because if you win with the black pieces, you get 4 points. And this is huge. Even if you lose on one board and win on the other board, you're leading.
Wow, but of course, with the black pieces, to also try to win is a double-edged sword. And we see still early days in this position, Wesley. So you can see how he's made sure that b-pawn doesn't move forward right now with the bishop on e3 and the pawn on a5, b6 and b5 under control currently. And there are 2 breaks that you want if you're Veyi, either d5 or the b-pawn. It's all about the fight of that central d5 square in the Najdorf.
Absolutely right, Tanya. If black is able to get this break pawn to d5 comfortably, this is going to equalize the game for black immediately.
Look at the number of pieces eyeing just that one single square. You've got the black bishop, the black knight, and then you've got the pawn, bishop, knight, and queen, all directed towards that central outpost.
Wesley is like, kuch bhi karo tum, d5 nahi khelne dunga tumhe. We'll quickly also check the opening between Shakhriyar and Vidit, because we were mentioning this to be a critical game, and look at the clock situation.
And look at the board situation. I want you to backtrack because this is absolute chaos at the center.
Yeah, we saw until this position where white played his bishop to g2, black short castled, pawn to e4, gaining space in the center. Black captured the knight on c3, b takes c3, c6, trying to go for the quick d5 break in the center as white's pieces are not developed. Knight e2, d5, chop chop, d4, takes and castles. Look at this. A pawn sacrifice early on by Shakhriyar Mamedyarov.
And he leans back. He looks so chill, and already you can tell Vidit is feeling the tension. He's the one who's not familiar with this, and the clock situation tells the full story.
Exactly. 19.5 minutes for Shakhriyar, only thinking for 30 seconds, whereas Vidit is kind of in a new territory here as he's trying to figure out where should he put his pieces. Bishop to a3 is an idea for white. But let's try to understand. If black takes the pawn on c4, he is currently up 2 pawns. I'm sure white will recapture the pawn on d4 with his knight. And the problem is this bishop on g2 that you were mentioning is suddenly turned out to be such a rocket.
And it's impossible for black to complete development, for Vidit to improve any of the pieces on the left side. The bishop, knight and rook. You can highlight all of them. No happy squares. You might be forced to put the knight on the edge of the board, hoping that it can come to the center. But how are you going to solve the problem of the b7 pawn?
And this is currently the live position on the board. Vidit is contemplating his options between taking on c4, taking on c3, just developing his knight to c6. But he needs to move. 5 minutes already.
You know, when you're suffering, you want to have something to show for it. And at least for now, Vidit has that extra pawn. He does take a decision, starts with development. He's not greedy right now. He wants to get the pieces out. He says, bhai, you can take the pawn back, but I want my pieces in the game.
And I like this strategy. You don't really want to give Shakhriyar the initiative. And look at the fan zone here. You can see Narva Mai, if I'm not mistaken, giving a simul to many players there. What a nice opportunity for everyone to come at the Royal Opera House, watch the players live, and at the same time get a chance to play against some of the legends of the game.
It's a full vibe here at the Royal Opera House. Just so much fun, just an absolute celebration of the game. The Global Chess League is every day. We see hundreds and hundreds of chess fans, young kids come, get their autographs, get their photos, watch the beautiful gameplay. I mean, I haven't seen a more stunning venue than the one we have here.
Absolutely beautiful, Tanya. And you know, the players playing the simul can also see the entire board and the screen and the commentary that's happening right now in front of the big screen there. Guys, you have to come to the Royal Opera House if you haven't yet. And can we come back to our cameras here as Shakhriyar Mamedyarov is blitzing out his moves. Queen to c2 played by him. And this looks slightly worrisome for the Triveni Continental Kings.
Let's get our players on our screen right there. And now we see them mirroring each other in the way they're locked into the position. But it looks like Vidit has managed to get his pieces out right now. The pawn has been given back for the time being just to complete development. A cautious approach by Vidit. I like how he's handled the opening.
So we both agree that this game needs to be treaded carefully. But do you want to quickly go to the game of the prodigies? Marc-Andre Morizzi taking on Daneshwar Bardia. And it seems as if the black player, Marc-Andre Morizzi, is much better according to the evaluation bar.
I'm loving the bishop pair that black has currently. Also, white's king still uncastled. Black is ready to strike with an f5 or a g5, g4 break if white was to get the king to safety with a short castle on the board. And look at the pawns in front of the black king. It makes a fortress around it. It's so difficult for white to attack, for Bardia to get to Morizzi's king simply because of the pawn formation. It's the perfect wall around the black king.
Yeah, these 4 pawns are definitely going to be very hard for white to break through. And the last move, Tanya, knight to d1, tells us a big story that it's not easy for white to launch a direct attack. He goes for this move, knight to d1, potentially eyeing for this idea of c4 to c5. But as you said, pawn to f5, and black is ready to strike first in the center with f4.
And it might be the moment that you have to strike with either of the 2 pawns, because c4, like you mentioned, is a direct threat. All right, but it's still complex battle. Black looking good, but needs to be precise over the next few moves. Let's go to our women's superstar board, and we start with the chess queen. With the black pieces there, Alexandra Kostyuk taking on Harika.
And again, look at Triveni Continental Kings putting pressure on the clock. Alexandra Kostyuk with 17 minutes against Harika's 11 minutes. I was predicting that Harika will do well here, but it seems as if Kostyuk is very comfortable here as she brings out her queen to b6, attacking the pawn on b2. These pawns on c5 and d5 really giving black the spatial advantage.
I'm loving it. And you've got a clear target as well. So Triveni Continental Kings doing good so far on this board with the black pieces. Let's move on to Zhujina's fight against Humpy before we swing all the way back to Ali Reza's board.
Yeah, and we actually can just backtrack a little bit here. As we saw this move, Queen D3, we were surprised by it, but we were sure that Humpy has something under her sleeve as Knight D7 played, castles, C6, just overprotecting the pawn on D5, B3, trying to fianchetto the bishop on B2, but also reinforcing support of the C4 pawn, pawn to B6, knight C3, bishop B7, rook comes in the game to D1, rook C8, bishop B2, and Tanya, this is the live position on the board. Humpy does seem to have a comfortable position here.
And can you believe it? Not a single pawn or a piece has been traded off yet. We are on move number 11, so no open files, maximum tension. I'm expecting white to strike in the center for Humpy, for Upgrad Mumba Masters to get full control. Still a very tough fight ahead. Let's go right back to our icon board. The big clash, the big story. Can Maxime Vachier-Lagrave put a stop to Ali Reza's hot streak here in Mumbai?
That's the question on everyone's mind, Tanya, but look at the development of this game. Knight B3, B6 played by Firuza, F4, castles, bishop F3, rook B8, and look at this, G4 by Maxime, showing full commitment towards the kingside attack here, knight to A5, G5, kicking away the knight from F6 back to D7, and now Maxime saying, you want to trade my knight on B3? No, sir. I'm going to come back to D2, and Firuza breaks the position with pawn to B5.
And the reason that Maxime retreated the knight was to control of the C4 square. So important to stop that knight from jumping, attacking a key bishop and a pawn in the position. So prophylaxis, defending first before he continues with the march on the other side. And Firuza uses this opportunity to strike with a break. B5. This is heating up nice and plenty.
Exactly. And here Maxime takes on B5, pawn takes B5. This does open up the rook on A1, queen to, no, bishop back to E2. I was expecting white to play queen E2, but Maxime says, I want to bring my bishop back to D3 potentially, as after pawn to B4, the knight jumps into B5, hitting the queen on C7, queen goes back to D8, and a lot of moves coming in quickly on this game.
Yeah, someone tell them they still have about 15 minutes on the clock. It's not yet bullet territory. These two players incredibly fast. One has been a world blitz champion, Maxime Vachier-Lagrave has, and Ali Reza Firuza, an absolute bullet beast that he is. Don't even know how many number of moves he can get into the game, just down to 10 seconds. People have tried to play that battle with him, haven't come out too well on that. But this one, I think, will go down to those final few seconds. It's going to be a time scramble.
It's going down to the wire, Tanya, and look at this beautiful view that we have here. You can see Hare Krishna in the background there, very tense, just like Loic Van Valley, who's also looking at the screen there, looking at what's happening on all the boards, whereas all the players super focused, laser focused on their games. Do you want to quickly take a look at the board?
And I also want to tell everybody watching, that big screen where you see everything right at top, screen on screen, that is for our audience, the live viewers who are inside the Royal Opera House listening to commentary. All the games being broken down, they're right there.
Hello, hello.
If you guys can hear us, give us a wave. And there they are. They can actually watch all the action unfold in their ear and right in front of them.
And Tanya, the action is happening in front of us as a big mistake.
Ooh, let's go back, guys. Let's bring up our live board. Crazy moves are coming in on the icon board.
Exactly. Firuza Alireza going wrong with this move, knight to C5, allowing a tactic which was not easy to spot. But knight takes D6. Boom. You could take this pawn on D6 if you take with the bishop. And here somehow some crazy lines here, pawn to E5. And too many pieces are hanging here apparently. As the bishop goes back, you take the queen on D8. If you take with bishop, this falls. You take with this knight falls. Did not happen though. E5. Maxime missing it, a mutual blind spot by both players. And D5 played, Firuza is back.
And it's so understandable. That is such a hard find. And the thing is, it's the kind of position which somebody taps on Maxime's shoulder and says, white to play, find something, he'll see it in half a second.
He'll see it in a heartbeat there, and he jumps back with his knight to D4, and the position is shifting towards Firuza's favor. And how many times have we said this already in this tournament?
Too many to count. But the point is, those critical moments, right, they come far and few. You have to maximize on them. But it's so hard for a player to understand and know that this is where tactics are there. And there we see Firouzja with the black pieces. He's slowly overtaking it. The center pawn has moved forward. Next, the bishops will come into the game. The black queen can get active from c7 or from b6. The bishop lining up on b7. The rook coming onto the c file. Has he managed to stop Maxim's play on the king side? That's the big question. Can Maxim try to break open on the right flank?
With all these arrows, it feels as if black is completely winning, but the game is still quite complex. 12.5 minutes for Maxim, 14 minutes for Firouzja, who is taking on slight initiative in his game. I'm very curious to see what's happening on Vidit's board. So, look at this.
Alireza Firouzja, right now, for the Triveni Continental Kings, doing well.
Yes.
On this board, Vidit Gujarati, as well for the Triveni Continental Kings here.
He's doing really good.
This is looking amazing. I mean, I'm counting the pawns. That's one extra pawn for Vidit. And yes, it's not a beautiful pawn structure, but it keeps the king safe. Right now, there's no infiltration by the white queen. The black bishop looking beautiful on c4 as well.
No, black is a healthy pawn up. And if we ever going to a bishop endgame, these pawn majority on c6 and d5 is going to give black the full point here. And Vidit, with the black pieces, trying to give Triveni Continental Kings their important 4 points. He hasn't won a game yet. And here, he could do it in a big fashion for them. And
what a moment it will be to show up for your team on this incredibly difficult board where Shak attack is what you're scared of. Let's check in with Wei's board as well. So far, Triveni Continental Kings, it's advantage to them on both boards.
Yes, Triveni Continental Kings doing well on the top boards. Quickly jumping in on Wesley's board. And here it feels like Wesley...
Ooh. Upgrad Mumba Masters doing well on this one for Wesley. So right now, it's all about the pawn weaknesses. Let's highlight a6 weak, d6 weak, potentially 8-6. Also under attack. The white knight's ready to pounce in. Knight e3, d5, all about that outpost.
We definitely are trying to get this bishop on f8 versus this knight on f1, which is going to jump into d5 on this outpost there. It will be the good knight versus bad bishop. White has to do a lot of work to achieve that, but right now the pawn on b2 is falling, so we can start with a simple move, pawn to b3.
Yeah, just defend that pawn for one move and then continue with your strategic ideas of bringing the knight ahead, of doubling up maybe on the A line. Well, Wesley says, I will defend my pawn, but it will come with an attack on your rook, Wei.
But now that the knight moves away from the d5 square, this does mean that once the black rook goes back to b8, the idea of pawn to d5 that you were highlighting, opening up this bishop on f8 can give black equality.
If Wei is able to break in the center with d5, you would have solved all your problems. In fact, black can start taking over. But right now, this one in the balance at this position.
In the balance, but looking at the posture of Wei, looking at the way he's looking at the position, I have a feeling that Wei might take over in this game at any point. But let's quickly go to Kostenyuk, the chess queen's board here, as we both mentioned that she has a fantastic position here, and it's still the case. Black in control.
And that is another board for Triveni Continental Kings. Look at that, those two pawns at the center of the board. More space for black. A beautiful d5 square for one of the pieces to land into, highlighting the b3 spot as well for the bishop or the queen to jump to. a4 clamping down on a3 and b2. d4 taking away key squares. Rook about to slide over to c8. Lots of piece activity for black.
And whenever there is this pawn on a4, it controls both these pawns on b2 and a3, because if you ever play this move pawn to b4, there is going to be this special move en passant, giving black an extra pawn here. And this is why we think that the Triveni Continental Kings is doing quite well on this board as well.
Harshit, I've heard you say that a lot of times now. On Alireza's board, Vidit and Alexandra Kostenyuk, where are the Upgrad Mumba Masters finding their chances? Is it going to be the Prodigy board?
No, let's go to the icon board. As I was telling you that the Triveni Continental Kings' Firouzja is doing well, but look at it. My prediction of Maxim somehow creating chances is turning out to be true, as the knight from a5 goes to b7, and the engines don't really like this move.
And the point has to be that Maxim has to maximize his chances on the right flank. This is the current position, the live board. You start pushing the h-pawns forward or get that f5 break in. He needs to do that. All play for white has to be around getting to Alireza's king.
Absolutely. I love your idea of pushing the h-pawn, h4, h5, g6 at some point. We can also push h6. And the point is that black has to create some counterplay on the queen side somehow.
This is absolutely heating up, and I know we want to stick to this game for the most part, so it might be the right moment to just quickly jump onto our Prodigy board,
yes, let's
check in with Zujana, and then we'll circle back to our icon board.
Let's do it. Coming back to the Prodigy board here, it was looking quite promising for Marc-Andre Morizzi, but now it looks so complex as the A line has completely opened up. And what happened here? I mean, just to backtrack a little bit, it feels like after knight b2, h5, rook b1, chop chop. This is how the A line opened up. And after rook d8, knight c4, f5, rook comes to a1, chop chop. And this is the live position on the board. White is threatening queen a2 to a7.
To infiltrate the queen, the knight is attacking the b6 pawn as well. You know, it looks like a tale of two cities right now. Black completely focused on the right flank, doing everything to strike there. Meanwhile, white, piece after piece for Bardia, for the Mumbai Masters, is getting everything on the left flank. Who's going to break through first?
And actually, it looked as if Marc-Andre Morizzi was about to touch his king and play king c7. And yes,
I like that.
He does go for it.
I love it, because it also gives you the opportunity to trade rooks on that only open file that you're talking about. When there's one open file in a position, usually the side that controls it gets the advantage.
I love that. What you highlighted, that once black gets rook to a8, where is white's counterplay? But you have to be careful that the pawn on h5, it seems kind of crazy for white to even consider taking the pawn on h5, but he might. He might just take the pawn and drop back with his queen. Bardia is thinking whether he should castle short or go king d2.
It's so crazy and so scary to castle short with the black pawns ready to go
this is a
g4,
suicide,
f3.
I think.
Maybe you just strike with that f pawn immediately. You know, Morizzi has set himself up perfectly for that short castle by white.
Yeah.
All right, so again, a tactical battle in this one.
But this one is more or less level. It's very hard for me to pick, to be honest.
Very dynamic. It's a 50-50, but I think a decisive result coming in this.
Ooh, you're
This kind of
predicting a decisive result.
The nature of this position just feels like there's an attack brewing on both kings. All right, let's quickly hop over to the only board we haven't checked so far, Humpy versus Zhu, and then we go back straight to the icon board.
Oh, and Humpy is doing really well. She found this cute little idea of queen to d3 in the opening, and right after that, when black pushed the pawn to e5, knight takes e5, queen goes to f5, attacking the knight, bishop d6, and now in this isolated pawn position, the bishop being on d6, white is ready to go knight f1 to e3, and white has a huge advantage. Koneru Humpy is looking on back-to-back wins here, as yesterday she defeated Katerina Lano.
Humpy, but she's up against the world number 2 here, Zhu. It's not going to be easy. And there is this weakness that you talk about in that center of the board, the isolated queen's pawn. And there are usually two ways to fight against the isolated queen's pawn. You either immediately attack it or you control the square right in front of it. Humpy's going for the latter strategy. She wants to plant a piece on that d4 spot.
She's controlling this d4 square very well. Very important to stop this advance from d5 to d4.
It's advantage upgrade Mumbai Masters on this board.
I agree with you.
Just positionally, strategically, that bishop on b2, the bishop on g2, compare that to black's bishop, eyeing the d5 pawn, beautifully lined up, rockets as you call them.
Rockets have been activated, and every piece that you trade in this position is going to help white, because if you have an isolated pawn, you generally want to keep as many pieces on the board as possible. So Humpy doing well on this board. Do you want to quickly check what's happening on Vidit's board? As we did say, Vidit is a pawn up having big chances.
But you know, the king is a little unsafe, and that's where Shakhriyar is trying to create his counterplay, with it clearly better. But there's work to be done to convert this. White wants to get that h-pawn all the way to h6 and
to go king g7 so that he can meet h5 with this move pawn to h6.
And with it instead offering a queen trade, instantly denied. Shakhriyar is saying, I'm coming for your king. I don't trade queens right now. I'm down a pawn. I need to keep my counterplay.
And now he's also trying to infiltrate with the queen to c8. Your idea of h5, h6 still intact. Maybe he should go back queen to e6.
And Harshit, that check will win a pawn. It will win that pawn on c5. It comes with a double attack.
Check, winning the pawn on c5. Also then the a7 pawn falling.
What do you think? Will Vidit repeat?
He should come back and go king g7. Just go back queen to e6. Vidit, come on.
If Vidit needs to turn his tournament around, he has to play for the win right now. He doesn't go for it. He instead is going all out. That is an ambitious move by Vidit. He's creating a passer.
No, it's ambitious, but isn't it a perpetual, Tanya?
Immediately.
Check.
Oh my goodness.
And check back.
Where are you hiding, Vidit Gujarati?
Does he want to go to h6 or
that
f8?
That is brave. h6 is very gutsy. All right, he's thinking right now, let's go full screen on these two
Ooh
players.
La la.
As this could mark the end of the game if it ends in a perpetual. And Shakhriyar, he's thinking,
Well, he does have a 5-minute advantage that he's utilizing at the perfect moment here. Now that the position has equalized, if he does not give queen c8 check and back, Vidit is going to be significantly better. A critical moment, Tanya.
And meanwhile, we are keeping an eye on the icon board. It's in the balance. We'll go straight to that in just a little bit right now as we wait for the reaction here. We've got them on our camera. Should we switch the board as well and get a quick update on this? Alireza, Maxime.
Yes, let's do it. Let's do it. As after rook a1, a pair of rooks were traded. Knight comes back to a5. Firouzja realizing that the knight not really doing a whole lot there, rerouting itself to c6, challenging the knight on d4. And that's exactly what he does. And this is the live position on the board as MVL is ready to push h5, rook h1 and g6.
And that's 3 moves, right, to break through. Can Alireza Firouzja, on the other hand, strike on the queen side while the attack, Maxime's attack, is brewing? King g2, it looks like a little positional move, but he's definitely setting up the rook transfer. The mage's transferred. Queen g1, queen h2 as well.
I love this idea. Rook h1, queen g1, queen h2. And Maxime having a 3.5-minute lead on the clock is actually putting practical pressure. Although the engines say this position is equal, one can hardly find this position to be balanced.
And this is also a battle between the French #1 and the French #2. Do you think there's so much rivalry there as well? You know, of course, they're good friends, but on the board, there's no friendship.
Oh, as soon as you come on the board, you have to let go of all friendships because on boards, they have to go for the kill. Queen to c7 played by Firouzja, if I'm not wrong.
All right, well, we'll keep an eye on this one. This is going to be a long grind, very complicated battle. Meanwhile, for Shakhriyar Mamedyarov, has he made a decision?
And he gives the check.
And he does it just as we go in, and he comes back immediately. He's not giving Vidit any time, Harshit. He's saying draw. Will Vidit play on? Is he going to get ambitious and gutsy with his king?
I, to be honest, at this point, don't really want Vidit to play king h6 because it's scary. Tanya, I'm going queen to g8 and threatening queen to f8 check. Do you really want to risk it at this stage of the match?
We are going to find out. We are going to find out Vidit's mindset right now. If he comes back, he's happy with a draw. He repeats the position and he leaves it to his teammates for the rest of the match.
And I think we should stick to this view as we can also see the team coach, Luke Vanwell, in the background.
He's also probably looking at this game on that screen
sure.
now. For the Upgrad Mumba Masters, they are ready to repeat. Shakhriyar Mamedyarov is on the back foot. Will be relieved if Vidit repeats. He keeps thinking right now. Under 5 minutes on the clock.
Vidit trying to decide whether he should go back. He does have 4 minutes on his clock. There is no increment, guys. Just to remind everyone, until move 40.
What is he going to do, Harshit? Will he play on or will this game end?
And look at this. We get to see their manager, their coach, Luke Van Valley's live reaction here as he's contemplating whether Vidit has any chances. I think right now, just repeat, Tanya, with 4 minutes on the clock.
The Upgrad Mumba Masters are happy to take that. They're on the back foot in this one. Down a pawn. Vidit's pawns are coming up the board right now. But Vidit, how ambitious are you feeling? How brave are you feeling? The only way to keep the game going is to march up the board.
And look at Shakhriyar. He knows that he has equalized and that this game is going to end in a draw. And you know, this sign of confidence does tell me that Vidit is going to go back king to h8 and we will see a repetition.
The more he thinks, that's the feeling that you get, right? Because when a player wants to continue, you want to keep that time on the clock. It's the 17th piece, and he does
goes
repeat.
back and check.
Shakhriyar doesn't even blink. In a heartbeat, and we're seeing this position repeat, and this is the final moment. If Vidit wants to play, he can't play the same move for the 3rd time. A 3rd time repetition, it will be handshakes. Shakhriyar will claim he'll call the arbiter, and a draw will be given.
And you know, if I was Vidit right now, I'd quickly glance over the other boards just to understand what he should do. I think he should definitely take a look at the other boards to understand what's happening. Should he play for a win?
Come on, Vidit, you got to continue this.
You think
You're
so?
up a pawn, king h6. It's a brave move.
It's risky though, Tanya. Queen g8. I feel a bit scared to put my king on h6. Queen f8, check h5.
High risks, high rewards.
High risk, high reward for sure. Queen g4, check. No moves yet.
No moves yet. It's all. The ball is in Vidit's court right now. This could end right here, right now. I think that was that hand move felt like he was coming back.
And he does go back.
He does. And Shakhriyar there doesn't instantly move. He's going to claim. He's going to call the arbiter. And this one will end in a draw.
And Vidit now does glance over the other boards. Shaq, why are you thinking you have to agree to a draw?
What if Shaq finds a way to continue the game? You know, he's doing that. He's looking at the other boards. How desperately do my teammates, do the masters, need me to continue this?
Very, very nice approach there by Shakhriyar. Not playing queen c8 check and agreeing to a draw before noticing all the other boards.
He doesn't instantly call the arbiter. He doesn't instantly claim for the draw, as we see Alireza Firouzja there also looking over. That game still absolutely complex. We'll, of course, go straight to that as Shakhriyar. It's on him.
Shakhriyar called the arbiter. Not yet.
And with its thinking right now, you know, I'm down to 2.5 minutes. What if Shakhriyar changes his mind? What if he keeps the game going? What's my next move? Vidit needs to be alert. It's not a given that Shakhriyar will claim a draw here.
I think Vidit is praying that Shakhriyar plays on, as he is up a pawn. And if Shakhriyar decides to be ambitious, I think it's going to backfire. But no. Check, king g7 and draw. Draw. 1-1.
The first game to finish between the Upgrad Mumbai Masters and Triveni Continental Kings ends peacefully in a draw. And that's a 1-1 for these two teams. Let's quickly go to our icon board.
Let's go. And here, after knight to e2, knight goes back to a7. It's so hard to understand where they're rerouting the pieces, but definitely to better squares, as the knight trying to jump into b5 to c3, trying to also support this push from pawn to d5 to d4. But look at the clock situation, Tanya. 6 minutes for Maxim, 4.5 minutes for Firouzja. Knight a7, what was the move? c3.
He does, because Black's idea is to get it to b5 and control that square. So before the Black Knight lands to that beautiful spot, Maxim says, I'm not giving you access to that square, breaks open, c3. And now, will Firouzja continue with the idea of jumping the knight forward? Or is he going to trade?
If I take the pawn on b4, you can just sacrifice it and go knight to d3, also covering the c1 square. This is a fantastic idea, Tanya. Will he find it? He does.
He does it. This is
Bravo.
So up his alley, Reza, I want to say. It's just beautiful play by him. That pawn is going to be picked up. It's a temporary pawn sacrifice. The bishop and the knight both eyeballing it. That knight on d3 looking like an absolute stallion. That's not a knight. That's not a horse. That's not a pony.
It is this alertness, Tanya, that has brought him up to 4 points out of 4 games. And I have a feeling he's going to win his 5th game in a row as he chops off the pawn on b4. Look at these two knights next to each other. The rook going to join the party with rook to c8. But before that, Maxim is like, wait a second. Let me bring my rook in the game.
He does come in with a threat on the black queen that needs to find a nice square. Where are you going to retreat it? And he does fall back
to b8, not falling in this diagonal of the bishop on f3. I like this move, queen to b8.
Makes a lot of sense. Ignore that cross. I think it was the most human move, like you're saying. You don't want to line up your queen against your opponent's bishops.
Oh, absolutely. Here, this game is going to be very exciting. I think in the next 6 or 7 moves, we might see a big turnaround.
It's all about the knight jumps, you know. If you get the notation up on your board, you will see that everything just has knight, 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 knight by the Triveni Continental Kings, Alireza Firouzja, and it's been a nightmare for white. I think he's not going to stop there. That knight from b5 landing onto a3, getting over to c2, just step by step, hop, jump, skip into your opponent's camp.
The knight from g8, I don't even know where its journey was. f6, d7, somehow boom, boom, and is now going to go to c2. A beautiful approach taken by Alireza Firouzja to play the Sicilian opening and complicating the game from the get-go, as he has gotten a big advantage on this board. Currently, it's looking like Triveni Continental Kings on the icon board. Any other update, Tanya?
The biggest update that I see is that in the last 7 moves, Alireza Firouzja has made 6 knight moves.
That's crazy. That's absolutely crazy. And I think this move definitely impressed me the most. Knight to a7 coming into b5. Let's come back to the live position right now, because after queen b8, knight d4 was played by Maxim, but it's not the best move. It's not, because you can't chop the knight on d4, and after bishop takes, you bring in your bishop to b5, trying to control the d3 square. The knight can jump in, bishop can jump in.
All right, well, we've had 1 game down. It's been a draw. In this one, Alireza Firouzja doing well for the Triveni Continental Kings. Can we quickly jump over to Bardya Daneshwar? The Prodigy board heating up. Look at what Maurizzi has done on that right flank. He's infiltrated with the rook. The pawn has gone all the way forward.
And if you, I mean, you know, for me, the biggest question was, can white play rook to a8 check? Is it possible? Or no, not really, because after check,
run with the black king.
The black king is running towards safety after check. He does have the d7 square.
And after queen takes pawn, you have the e8 square, and you're just running and winning.
And you're running away to safety there. And that's why you don't have this tactic of rook sacrifice. And this is the bird's eye view of the playing hall right now.
Let's get our live board as well. And then we've got a result, a balanced draw between Wesley So and Veyi, I believe, as this one ends.
In a draw as well. As the Orbiter is asking, what happened? Just tell me the result. Yes, it was indeed a draw. So right now, the score between the Triveni Continental Kings and Upgrade Mumba Masters is 2-2.
With 2 draws, and this one, it was a clash of styles, but Wesley so solid at the end, holds off the attacking powers, the firehouse of Veyi. That was, and I think this was part of the match strategy for the Upgrade Mumba Masters. Wesley, make sure that Veyi doesn't find a way in.
And with it, don't allow Shakhriyar Mehmediyarov to launch an attack. Both of them doing the job for the Triveni Continental Kings. And on the icon board, it looks as if Alireza is significantly better, close to winning, as White makes a mistake. Knight to F1, Bishop, Knight takes D4.
There's a trade at the center of the board. The rooks are about to come off as well. He first gets the bishop to a very active square, a diagonal. He wants to come in, hit that queen.
And 3 minutes each for both the players. Blitz. It's blitz time right now. Look at MVL. He is trying to move his knight into E3, potentially wanting to go for this break pawn to F5. I mean, yes, Firouzja is better, but I'm not going to say that MVL winning is out of box right now.
And look at that, that's a trade, and the knight does jump forward. He wants to get that break that you're pointing out as quickly as possible. It's all about changing the nature of position here, putting pressure on Alireza. Right now, the side with the more active pieces is definitely black.
But someone has to rise up to the occasion, Tanya. Even in the finals of last year, we did see Triveni Continental Kings taking down the Upgrade Mumba Masters. MVL has to be the leader in this match. Somehow put pressure on Firouzja.
He has to lead the charge right from the front, and he's facing a guy who's on 4 out of 4. It's pressure on White. Simply the queen so active for Firouzja. The bishop and the knight ready to hop onto D3. Knight D3, bishop D3. That knight will hit the F-pawn as well.
And here Firouzja is actually taking a long think here, trying to decide whether he should play pawn to G6, which is a passive move because it does allow White to go pawn to H5 or go for knight D3. This is the choice that he's trying to make right now. He's slightly nervous, falling below 2 minutes now, and he does go for knight D3.
And Alireza, Firouzja and Bardya Daneshwar.
We have a result.
Already. And it is on board 4. It is on the women's superstar board, which ends in a draw as well.
Yes.
3 games down, all 3 draws.
All 3 draws, but it's quite likely that we will see result on the remaining game. Do you want to quickly check what's happening on the icon board again, as after knight D3, pawn moves to F5?
I think we stick here. I just want to say one thing, that Bardya Daneshwar also suffering on his board right now. Currently, Moritzi is on the attack. So it all comes down to, can Maxime Vachier-Lagrave on the icon board create magic?
If Firouzja wins this, it's over. I don't think Triveni Continental Kings will lose this match. If Firouzja wins, this is a big game.
And look at this crazy position. The white king has absolutely nothing, no pawn wall in front of his. He's gone all out, Maxime Vachier-Lagrave, maximizing the king side. But that is a dangerous battle to fight. You're leaving your own king out in the opening. The black knight setting up a check on F4.
And Tanya, how can you deflect the white queen on A1, which is currently protecting the bishop on D4? Knight to E1 check. This is the move. What a move. If the queen takes the knight on E1, the bishop takes the bishop on D4, the queen opens up, this pawn is falling. This looks great for black.
And if he finds this move, if Alireza does, he's guaranteed to win the bishop pair. White's king will be left in the open if you just move the king away. Don't capture that knight after the check. He's thinking, let's zoom in, let's go off full screen. Alireza, Firouzja down to 30 seconds on the clock.
Man, Firouzja,
Make a move. Make a move, Alireza, as right behind him is Daneshwar and Moritzi who are blitzing the game out. Should we go quickly to that one?
Oh, we should.
Let's go quickly to the Prodigy board. Moves are coming in fast and quick there.
And it seems like black is up a rook because the pawn on F2 is pinned. It cannot capture and there is a perpetual.
And look at that. Did you see that expression? And right there, as Moritzi realizes from a winning position, he's walked into a perpetual.
Yes, you can never go to the 7th rank because knight D5 check and you lose the queen.
And knight takes bishop. You can't hide away on the corner. There will be a kiss of death checkmate on G7. You'll be forced to come towards the center and the knight can bounce back and forth. We are seeing that being played out. Let's go full screen on the players. This is about to end in a draw any second now.
So this means this is going to be the 4th game that ends in a draw. Daneshwar is trying to think whether he has any chances to win this game. I don't really think so because the rook...
And right here, right now, this is absolute chaos.
And we have to go to Kostennik's
Let's
board.
do quickly. Let's
What?
head over. Oh my goodness!
What's happening here?
Whoa!
What is
Did
this?
she forget that there's a bishop on F1? That this is not a stalemate?
No,
this is...
it was some sort of a transmission error, I think. Can we go full screen on this board quickly?
Yes, no, there is a technical glitch here. Let's go full screen on our players right here. We see it's a bishop, opposite color bishop.
Oh, this one is going to be a draw.
And Harika keeping it in the balance. It looks like she knows exactly what she's doing.
King goes to G3.
Attacking the pawn next to the king. Defends it. The F-pawn pushes. Now she's forced to come back with the bishop. She loses a second pawn right now.
King to G3.
And white has set up
A fortress.
a fortress with
Yes.
the king and bishop. But can
Yes.
she maintain it? Because the white king is stuck at the corner of the board. Our board is not updating, so ignore the board on the bottom right now. Kostennik pushing her pawns. Harika indecisive about where to put the bishop.
She made a move with 2 seconds on the clock. Gives a check. That's the way to go. Bishop b5 check. The point is that the light squares can be controlled by the light squared bishop. And I think Kostennik realizes it. That even though she's 2 pawns up, she has no way to make progress.
And look at Harika, the nerves, the control on the nerves that she's showing right now. Kostennik's king can't go all the way across. The white king will jump forward right now.
I think this game is going to end in a draw. Let's go to the icon board.
Let's do it. Let's go back to our top board. This is where the fight is at. And meanwhile, there's been a result on our Prodigy board.
It's a draw.
And that one ends in a draw, just as we had predicted, Harshit, with the
Exactly.
repetition on that last
So
move.
all 5 games beside the icon board is going to end in a draw. Everything boils
Oh my
down to this
goodness.
one.
This is not only the marquee matchup, the marquee game right now. And look at that. Both the icon stars are looking around. They know that everything comes down to this moment.
And it is this moment indeed as H5. Big mistake by Maxime, because now the G5 pawn is a big weakness. Knight e4 check, king goes to G2, and you just blundered a pawn.
Harshit, where have we seen a 4-4, 5-5 score? It really does
So
come
close.
down to this.
It comes down completely to the wire, to the last board. We were saying that this will be the closest match. Queen to F6. Maxime is trying to put some pressure on this pawn on E6, Knight F5.
And both players playing on their final seconds right now. Making moves with barely any time on the clock. Knight F5, a big threat.
Oh,
He takes
blunder.
on D5.
Blunder.
Maxime Vachier-Lagrave has blundered.
Bishop C6, yes.
And he finds it. He missed the pin. Maxime Vachier-Lagrave realizes that this is all over now. That knight is about to be lost. He's going to fight this out, but not for long.
Wouldn't you love to have Firuza Alireza in your team? Tanya, as resignation, and he wins 5th game in a row. Boy, what a player.
What a moment this is for Alireza Firuza. It's 5 out of 5. It's 100%. Alireza Firuza for the Triveni Continental Kings. He takes down Hikaru Nakamura, Fabiano Caruana, world champion Gukesh, 5 times world champion Vishwanathan Anand, and the former world blitz champion Maxime Vachier-Lagrave. Alireza Firuza is the player of the tournament, maybe even player of the Global Chess
Oh,
League.
absolutely. And you could see Vidit just running towards Firuza and just hugging him, saying that, man, you're so good. And here the players of the Mumbai Masters
And
trying
what a-
to understand what went wrong. But yes, Tanya.
What a closely contested battle this was. This is how, when you have 2 informed teams battling it out, it plays out. It all comes down to the icon board. 5 draws, and it all got decided in an absolute nail-biting thriller. And it was the Triveni Continental Kings getting a win, leapfrogging on the standings over the Upgrad Mumbai Masters.
And there is a reason why we were calling the Triveni Continental Kings to be a favorite in this league as well. They've won twice already, and by this win, they kind of established themselves as the sole leaders in this tournament, as we see all the players coming in front for a team photo.
And as cool as ever, calm and collected, Veyi, never an expression on him, no matter what, but he's got to be feeling proud. He's got to be feeling good about his teammates.
I mean, you have Vey in your team, who's one of the best rapid players, but then you have Firuza in your
Look
team.
at Van Valley. Look at Grandmaster Van Valley, the proud coach, the proud captain of the team there, all smiles. And Vidit did his job. He held off the shock attack.
Firuza is like the Messi of the team. He's always scoring, but the rest of the team is so happy because we have
It was
Messi
very
on our team.
dramatic match, very strong match, equal teams, and finally we have 5 draw. Only in the first board, the team of Continental team won, and final score match points 3-0 and board points 9-5. Okay, please shake your hand.
And a very nice moment by both teams here as they're shaking the hands. Oh, how much I would love to shake the hands of Firouz Alireza right now. What a player he is.
There are going to be fans waiting outside to meet one guy right now, and he's the one who's just walked out, Alireza Firouzja. His chess is on another level right now. And there we see the teams walking out. And I think for the Upgrad Mumba Masters, it was a big fight. There are a lot of good positive takeaways from there. Each board fought it out till the end. A real neck-to-neck battles between these two incredible teams.
It reminds me of the El Clasico, you know, Real Madrid versus Barca, peak drama, all coming down to the wire. And it was indeed Firouz Alireza bringing the important 3 match points for the Triveni Continental Kings, jumping them forward to the leaderboard, being the sole leaders now.
And there we see the Upgrad Mumba Masters. Maxime Vachier-Lagrave, he gave it his all. He fought, he tried to create an attack, a complex battle, and in the end, it came down to those final few seconds. As we had predicted, Harshit, it was all about the clock. And when it's all about the clock, how do you come on top of a guy like Alireza Firouzja? Look at that, a 9-5 victory. It was 5 draws, 1 win, all decided on the icon board. And we will come back breaking down all the action from what we've just seen. What an epic battle this was. You stay tuned with us. Don't go anywhere.
You.
Grab it, visit, grab it, grab it, visit, grab it, visit, grab it, visit, Gampa!
Grab the fizz. Campa wali fizz.
You Mumba, new champions of season 2015.
Table tennis season 6 winner, you Mumba GT!
Some moments deserve something extraordinary. Melted Joy's limited edition assorted box. Crafted dark chocolate, naturally sweetened, made to share, made to savor. Celebrate the game. Celebrate yourself.
Grab it, visit, grab it, visit, grab it, visit, grab it, visit, Gampa!
Grab the fizz. Campa wali fizz.
You Mumba, new champions of season 2015.
Table tennis season 6 winner, you Mumba GT!
Some moments deserve something extraordinary. Melted Joy's limited edition assorted box. Crafted dark chocolate, naturally sweetened, made to share, made to savor. Celebrate the game. Celebrate yourself.
आज हम कुछ नया सीखेंगे।
एक दिन स्कूल में फुटबॉल आया और फुटबॉल ने मुझे बताया, ये सर सिर्फ पानी का मटका उठाने के लिए नहीं बना,
ये पैर डर के भागने के लिए नहीं बने,
घुटने किसी के सामने झुकने के लिए नहीं बने, ये कंधे अनाज की बोरियां उठाने के लिए नहीं बने, चीख सिर्फ डर से नहीं निकलती और गोल सिर्फ रोटियां नहीं होती।
And the Triveni Continental Kings played like royalty at the Royal Opera House, taking the match against the Upgrad Mumbai Masters 9-5. What a performance it was. And now it's time to celebrate the hero of the match who delivered when it mattered the most.
Woohoo. Everybody else quietly did their today's win. I'm sure I'm going to see you again. Thank you. That is it from the post-match presentation ceremony. Another cracker of a match coming up your way next.
Couldn't agree more with you, Arohi, there. What a match this was and what a game this was by Alireza Firouzja, winning it for the Triveni Continental Kings. A perfect 5 out of 5 on the icon boards there. And he says the secret to all of it is no breakfast.
I just realized what I've been doing wrong all throughout my chess career. Eating breakfast every single time.
There is a reason for that, because he's eating the players for lunch. And Firouzja doing it in style for the Triveni Continental Kings here.
Yeah, I love how you say that. He's starving himself. He's creating an appetite for what's to come on the board and really delivering. There's some god-level chess happening here at the Royal Opera House by Alireza Firouzja. It's not just 5 out of 5, right? It's the players that he's taken down on that path.
He's beaten all of them.
All of them.
All 5.
And let's put them out. The death row that he's had here.
Yeah, there's Fabiano Caruana, MVL, Vishy Anand, Gukesh.
And Hikaru Nakamura.
And Hikaru.
That's world number 2, world number 3, 2 world champions and a former World Blitz champion.
Wow. I mean, that's just insane the way he has played. And today, especially, you know, he said that he needed to take risks today to get that point. I mean, generally people think someone in the Prodigy board or some other board would take risk. I'll be solid with black on the icon board. But no, he led from the front.
And he's not waiting for the opportunity. He's making the opportunity himself. And then let's look at the highlights from the Prodigy board as Daneshwar Bardia and Marc-Andre Morizzi had a very interesting battle. It ended in a draw.
And I'm just wondering, you know, we had 5 draws in the match starting from this game. By the way, this was an up and down roller coaster. Absolutely crazy ride this was. In fact, it was Morizzi who had the upper hand. He was the one who came in with the first breakthrough on the king side in this one. But Bardia Daneshwar finding that fantastic defense. How much do you think was the game strategy of the Upgrad Mumbai Masters to let the icons decide for this match?
I mean, to be honest, I think every single player from the Upgrad Mumbai Masters knew the challenge they had on their hand. And I think Daneshwar Bardia was definitely going to try to put pressure on Marc-Andre Morizzi. It was not meant to be. It was actually Marc-Andre Morizzi putting pressure on Daneshwar. But finally, he escaped with a nice perpetual and a draw.
Yeah, I think Prodigy board, Upgrad Mumbai Masters were hoping that Daneshwar would strike. And none of their players could actually strike. And I think leaving it to MVL against Firouzja is not a good idea, you know. So I think today the Triveni Continental Kings have been clinical. They are not showing any weaknesses in their team. And also Vidit, who looked slightly, you know, out of shape, was pressing today. So brilliant performance.
And we can hear the fans going wild outside. And if I had to bet my house, it would be that it is the Kings walking out right now. You know, Sagar, you were watching the action from the fan zone. What was the mood like for them as they saw the superstar women boards also in action?
Yeah, we had solid draws on that board. But, you know, we have a big screen down at the fan zone. And people were glued to the TV screen. You both were commentating. There was high-speed action. And people were like, you know, oh, what will happen next? I think they're truly enjoying chess here. So I think high-class chess, a great atmosphere created. And guys, great commentary from all of you.
I think that's actually, it has been so much fun as they got to see this new idea by Koneru Hampi in the opening, queen to d3. But it was Zhu Jinar who held her own against this new idea, and the game between Harika and Kostyanyuk came down to the wire. Kostyanyuk had a big chance to win the game, but Harika making sure that the Upgrad Mumbai Masters don't go down in their battle.
And I want to add to that, that was a fantastic save by Harika. Down 2 pawns in that endgame, opposite color bishops. She played 7 to 8 moves with 1 second on her clock.
And she almost lost in the clock right there.
She almost lost on time several times, almost being the key word there, but kept it together, got that perfect fortress, a stunning defense by Harika, the player of the match from yesterday.
Yeah, no, I mean, this was a big save for her.
And then it wasn't enough, no?
It was not enough, yeah.
You know, when you got a guy like Alireza Firouzja, will it be ever enough for any of the teams? I think that's what they're asking. I wonder if now the strategy will be, you know, the first board, you have to almost count as Alireza is in form. And look at that.
Oh.
Speaking of in form, the fans are in form, Sagar.
Wow, look at that young kid, you know, just holding on to his dad. He wants to get an autograph of some top players there. And there you have the Triveni Continental Kings, their team entirely standing there, and their mascot in the background, it's called the Tiger over there, and it generally comes into the fan zone, and they are having a great time there.
And it's as if the Triveni Continental Kings have come ready to win their third championship in a row. They've come in with a mascot. They have a stall there. If you guys like their jerseys, you can definitely check them out. It's absolutely brilliant the way the whole tournament has been shaping up towards the Triveni Continental Kings winning for the third time in a row.
They're looking for their three-peat, and in those pink jerseys, looking pink hot right now here at the Royal Opera House. And moving on to the performance on the Superstar men board, I think I have to say for Vidit Gujarati to hold off Shakhriyar Mamedyarov, not only hold off with the black pieces, it was him who was pushing, but in the end, I think a very strategic team decision there. You know, he didn't want to take too many chances to bail out and pull the brakes and go into a draw.
He basically just gave the pass, he gave the assist to the Messi of their team, Firouzja Alireza. He's like, Firouzja, here's the ball, score the goal, and that's what he did.
And if Firouzja is the Messi of the team, what about Veyi here, who's been bringing on so many points as well? But I want to say Wesley, so solid today against him. Never gave him a chance.
I think Wesley is so tough to beat, and I think he's an incredible board too for the Upgrad Mumbai Masters, and them drawing does not come as a surprise to anyone. I guess if Firouzja is the Messi, then what would Veyi be, Harshit? I'm not such a big football fan. I mean, I don't know much, but would it be Ronaldo then?
He was also David Villa for sure from the old Barca team. A big striker, Veyi for their team, but it's all about this man, the man of the hour, the man, the myth, the legend, Firouzja Alireza.
I mean, I just feel like it's no coincidence that Messi was in Mumbai, Alireza Firouzja is in Mumbai. So a lot of inspiration there being taken. But what incredible chess we're seeing by him. I want to talk about this match, this action that we just saw. It started with Maxime Vachier-Lagrave playing the white pieces. Let's not forget, Alireza with black chooses the Sicilian, takes it into Maxime's territory with the knight off, and a very complex middle game battle. It could have gone either ways. But in the end, there's only one man who comes on top here at the Royal Opera House.
Yeah, and it was a very level game throughout the whole time. It was a lot about maneuvering. Here we see Maxime advancing his pawns on the king side. Firouzja getting in the center with d5, and this was a tense moment where he blundered. Maxime resigns, and Firouzja Alireza so happy to get the player of the match again and again. Bhai, we can even ask him if we can gift us one, bhai. He has too many.
I don't know what is he getting in that. I think he has already 4 out of 5. He won the MVP. That's amazing.
What a fantastic battle this was, and I think one we're going to play down through the ages. And Alireza Firouzja, he is the man of the moment. Triveni Continental Kings getting the job done. But we are just getting started here. This was just the first of the 3 epic team battles lined up. Coming up next is the Alpine SG Pipers against the Alaskan Knights. And we head over to Arohi, who is with the team captains to decide the colors.
A crucial final game before the reverse fixtures for the two teams begin. We have Pipers versus Knights. Praveen Tipse for Alpine SG Pipers and Swayams Mishra for PBG Alaskan Knights here with us. And for the coin toss, we have Gaurav Rakshit, Commissioner, Tech Mahindra Global Chess League, along with Bharat Singh Chauhan, the Tournament Director, and Mr. Ashok, the Chief Arbiter. And now for the coin toss, Swayams Mishra will be taking the call. Heads is the call.
Heads. PBG, Alaskan Knights win the toss, decided to play white pieces. Thank you.
White pieces, any particular reason?
Yeah, I think all the players want to get back into the shape. I think they are playing very well, but they have to score the wins. So we are expecting some fireworks and some victories on the board today.
So, quite interestingly, I saw Gukesh and Arjun last night at dinner. They were in a corner. They were discussing something very seriously. What does the plan look like?
So we actually had a interesting plan before that. We went out for a walk for a change, and it was a teamwork. So, and of course the players were discussing their plans, individual plans as well. And we are quite motivated at this point, just trying to believe in ourselves and perform the best.
If you want that momentum, this is the game where you can actually have it your way, but all the best.
Thank you.
Happy with the toss? Black it is for you?
Yeah, we had decided on which color to choose, but of course in a toss you never know. And I think everybody plays twice, once with white and once with black, and everybody in first 5 rounds prepares with both the colors, so that's how it is. And next 5 rounds will be clearer, at least you know the color, but it was expected that sometime you win the toss and sometime you lose the toss. So players prepare for both the colors.
Quite interestingly, the last 2 games that y'all have won out of the 4 that you've played so far have been with the white. I mean, would it have been advantageous for you to play white as well, but does it depend on the team as well that you're playing?
I think temporarily it may be an advantage, but eventually you have to play black anyway. And since we play the same team in the last round, perhaps it could be more important a match in the 10th round rather than the 5th round. So you look at it this way, that we are prepared for a particular strategy, and we prepare for both sides. And let's see how the things go, because the final strategy will again start after the 8 rounds are over. So now at the moment, the strategy is to just win as many matches and as many games as possible.
All right, all the best for your game today.
Thank you.
Thank you so much. That is it from the coin toss. The news from the center is that the PBG Alaskan Knights have won the toss, opted white.
Well, the PBG Alaskan Knights not only need to win the toss, they need to win a match, they need to start winning games. It needs to be the zero to hero story for their icon board, especially Gukesh, yet to win a game. And I have to say, I look at their lineup, with Gukesh Domaraju, Arjun Aragaisi, Lenia Dominguez, former women world champion in Rapid and Blitz, Katrina Lagno, Sara Darda, all these star players. It's definitely not the chess strength in which the team is lacking.
Oh, absolutely. I think they need to create fireworks on the board right now. As Swimes mentioned, that they just need to score wins. Sagar bhai, how can they do this?
Yeah, I think just one player has to believe. Yesterday they were so close, with Katrina Lagno about to beat Humpy and Arjun having an advantage against Wesley So, but none of them could convert. I think today just someone, maybe Gukesh, at the first board, he has had good results with Fabi. Remember this. So actually, Gukesh might be feeling very confident today.
They do have a lot of history together for sure. From the Olympiad in 2022 in Chennai to the Olympiad in 2024 in Budapest, Gukesh has been doing quite well against Fabi.
That's a great callback. With some very epic wins, much needed for the teams, it was Gukesh who shone. But Fabi has also written some of his own chapters on that book battle between these two, including in one of the recent tournaments where he chose Gukesh as his opponent, went down to take him down. So definitely a lot of rivalry there. But I think it's time for Gukesh to start leading the charge from the front. If they have to turn around their narrative, it needs to be done right now against the Alpine SG Pipers, who've had 2 back-to-back victories.
Yeah, they are looking really good. The Alpine team, at first, they started off with 2 losses. We felt like, oh, something's going wrong. But then all of a sudden, their team came together. Leon Mendonça on last board was doing well. There was, on the top board, Fabi got his act together. Pragg is there, he's hanging in there. He will rise up to the occasion. There's Anish. I mean, what a team.
Oh, it's a brilliant team. And also, let's not forget Nino Batsiashvili, who scored that important win yesterday against the Fire's American Gambits, taking down Teodora Inyats from a worse position. And I think this is the reason why they have won their 2nd game in a row, Tanya.
You're absolutely right on that. And I love that you make that point, because for the PBG Alaskan Knights, right now, it is truly a fight for survival against a team that's really found their form all from top to bottom. Because all you need to do is take a look at our leaderboard as it is right now. And we'll bring that right up in front of you at the very top. It is Triveni Continental Kings with their masterful performance against the Upgrad Mumbai Masters, taking that match victory. They are at pole position currently. They're going to end the day as sole leaders right now at 12 match points, but then go all the way down right there. You've got the PBG Alaskan Knights with 0 match victories, no game victories on any of the boards. Alpine SG Pipers, meanwhile, tied for the middle, who are making a strong case. They are back in contentions for the fight for the top 2.
Absolutely. And Tanya, I want to point out there is one interesting fact that even though Upgrad Mumbai Masters lost, their game points are higher than Triveni Continental Kings. So if they are able to win couple of matches, they can move up to the leaderboard very quickly.
The wins that they have been having, the convincing large wins that they've been having against teams, 18-2 yesterday against the PBG Alaskan Knights, have helped them to maintain themselves in the second position. But a big match for the Alpine SG Warriors, as they can catch them in match points. They are on 6 now. If they win, they will move on to 9 points, potentially getting in the top 2 positions, which is the most important thing in this round robin event.
And sorry, Sagar.
You know, Tanya, I feel that everyone's kind of rooting a little bit here for the PBG Alaskan Knights because they want them to win one match. No?
So, somewhere in their hearts, I think everyone wants to see a match victory, wants to see the field wide open, wants to see the PBG Alaskan Knights back in contention. But for that, first, they'll need a big match victory against the Alpine SG Pipers. And what a treat the Global Chess League has been this season 3. Bringing on the mahal, the josh, the jazba in Mumbai. And one man behind it is Dheeraj Adya, CEO of the Global Chess League. And right now, he's with Arohi telling us, how does he get this done?
Joining us, Mr. Dheeraj Adya, CEO, Tech Mahindra Global Chess League, all the way from Dallas. Firstly, tell me, you are here in Mumbai. Have people lived up to your expectations? Have we lived up to your expectations? Because I'm from Mumbai.
Oh, yes, Arohi, definitely. Mumbai is living up to its expectations. Season 1 was Dubai, Season 2 was London. Now in India, first time ever, Global Chess League. All the players are excited. The media is excited, fans are excited, the fan zone, the digital activations, everybody. I'm hearing so much chatter over there everywhere. I'm definitely excited.
So what's different here in Mumbai this time than it in Season 1 and Season 2? Because they happen outside. We are back to our home country, we're back to our home city, where people, the chess lovers, they've been just coming to this venue. The fan zones have been full throughout, the auditoriums have been full throughout. The reception, how is it?
Such a great fan base which India already has, including several cities over here in India which are already very, very big fans of chess. And because of that, all of them are over here. I was meeting some of the fans over here who flew in from Chennai, flew in from Delhi, different parts of India as well. And there are folks who come in from US as well, along with me. Folks from Austin, folks from London, folks from UK as well in Mumbai to watch Global Chess League.
That's amazing. But you've been doing the league for a while now. Tell me, who's your favorite team, or probably the team that excites you the most?
Okay, all right. That's a difficult one because I'm the league. And I've been asked that question from some of the team owners too. Obviously, I like all the teams. But yes, definitely, I do have a few favorite ones. And they happen to be spread in different teams. See, the unique format is a great thing. I was talking to some of the players yesterday over lunch. And in terms of how you are experiencing the league right now, where is your family? Did anybody from your family come in? I said, no, nobody from my family came in. I said, why? I said, because this is family. The team-based sport which we have made, men and women combined together, first time ever, the grandmasters are sharing their own chess strategies with the other grandmasters, and they want the team to win. It's such a unique format.
Question nicely evaded, but okay, don't tell me the team, but tell me probably the players that you're watching out for in this league, because such great talent that we have. The pool is amazing, but certain players that you are keeping an eye on.
Several countries over here have several chess base, which is increasing. Obviously, I am from US, a lot of US players. Hikaru was over here. Great to have Hikaru. Just now, he was blessed with a baby. Thank you so much, Hikaru, for coming in over here. Then we have Vishy, 5-time world champion over here. He's a chess idol. He was there in Dallas with me for a few days when we were inaugurating the GCL Experience Center in Dallas, wherein we are doing so many activations over there. Now, in contrast to that, now there are players. Gukesh is over here. Pragg is over here. Arjun is here. Fabi is here. You name it. We got all the world champions over here. So I'm enjoying every experience with each one of them.
Basically, if you're in Mumbai, this is the place to be at. You did mention Anand and you did mention Hikaru. Both of them will be in action against each other, so I'm sure you want to go and watch that one in match number 3 today. But as of now, match number 2 coming up your way shortly. Thank you so much for joining us.
Thanks, Arohi.
It's the city of stars, and it's been star-studded here in Mumbai. What a lineup this has been, as Mr. Dheeraj Adya was saying. There's all the best players here at the Royal Opera House. And once again, this whole league born out of a single tweet back in 2020. Every time I think about that, Sagar, it's emotional. From there, it was executed to perfection. We had Dubai, we had London, and now here we are in Mumbai, your home city.
Yeah, and I'm so glad here. You know, yesterday I saw so many familiar faces. My parents, who have hardly been to any chess tournament, could visit here. So many friends here, so many people who, you know, who have loved chess for years are able to just come here, reignite their love for the game. And I think the organizers have done a tremendous job to make it a fan-friendly event.
Yeah, I completely agree with you, and I would highly recommend all of the fans to just come here, visit us at the Royal Opera House here, look at some of the games, because it's absolutely fantastic to experience it from inside the playing hall, wearing the headphones, listening to us commentate and enjoying the players play live.
And I'll tell you one thing, Harshit and Sagar, so many fans have been coming here. Every time I've asked them the question, who's your favorite player? There's been one answer, and that is Gukesh Tomaraju. They've been so excited to see him, but he's yet to perform for his team, PBG Alaskan Knights. Will that story change in our next match? We've got 2 battles remaining. We start with the Alpine SG Pipers. It's going to be Fabiano against Gukesh, and there we started the day with a 9-5 victory against the Kings. Can the Alaskan Knights bounce back in their match against the Pipers? We will end the day with the Ganges Grandmasters taking on the Fire's American Gambits. We deep dive into the fight for survival coming on next on the other side of this break.
आज हम कुछ नया सीखेंगे।
एक दिन स्कूल में फुटबॉल आया और फुटबॉल ने मुझे बताया, ये सर सिर्फ पानी का मटका उठाने के लिए नहीं बना।
ये पैर डर के भागने के लिए नहीं बने।
घुटने किसी के सामने झुकने के लिए नहीं बने। ये कंधे अनाज की बोरियां उठाने के लिए नहीं बने। चीख सिर्फ डर से नहीं निकलती और गोल सिर्फ रोटियां नहीं होती।
सर, आपका गोलकीपर से लेकर दी बॉल तक के पीछे का सीक्रेट क्या है?
सीक्रेट नहीं, ताकत। मैं स्टेडियम को मजबूती से खड़ा करने वाली स्टील से इंस्पिरेशन लेता। APL अपोलो स्टील पाइप्स, देश की बढ़ती ताकत। प्राउड स्पॉन्सर्स ऑफ अल्पाइन SG पाइपर्स।
सर, आपका गोलकीपर से लेकर दी बॉल तक के पीछे का सीक्रेट क्या है?
सीक्रेट नहीं, ताकत। मैं स्टेडियम को मजबूती से खड़ा करने वाली स्टील से इंस्पिरेशन लेता। APL अपोलो स्टील पाइप्स, देश की बढ़ती ताकत। प्राउड स्पॉन्सर्स ऑफ अल्पाइन SG पाइपर्स।
Come on guys, hurry up. अरे सुन ना, एक ब्रेक ले लेते हैं।
Guys, I'm telling you, तुम लोगों को सही से ट्रैकिंग नहीं आता। But that's okay, you can learn. रोज का ढक्कन देना। ये रेड वाला है, सही वाला देना।
वे ढक्कन, पहले तो सही पानी पीना।
Manikchand Oxyrich, proudly Indian.
सर, आपका गोलकीपर से लेकर दी बॉल तक के पीछे का सीक्रेट क्या है?
सीक्रेट नहीं, ताकत। मैं स्टेडियम को मजबूती से खड़ा करने वाली स्टील से इंस्पिरेशन लेता। APL अपोलो स्टील पाइप्स, देश की बढ़ती ताकत। प्राउड स्पॉन्सर्स ऑफ अल्पाइन SG पाइपर्स।
We started the day with the clash of the Titans, the Triveni Continental Kings taking down the upgrade Mumbai Masters. But it's now a time for the fight for the survival for the PBG Alaska Knights against the Alpine SG Pipers. One team that's making a strong case as a contender with 2 back-to-back victories. The other team with absolutely no wins. Winless when it comes to match, when it comes to their boards. What's going wrong there is the question on everyone's mind. Gukesh Domaraju, the current world champion, yet to win a game. What are you telling them right now on their corner as they're about to face Fabiano Caruana's team?
Well, it's going to come down to this board, the Prodigy board between Daniel Darda and Leon Luke Mendonça. Leon has been performing quite well for the Alpine SG Pipers, but Daniel has to up his game right here, right now, if the PBG Alaska Knights want to get on the leaderboard.
Yeah, and Harshit Bhai, what's your take here? Whom are you rooting for?
I mean, it's hard to say I'm rooting for, but I'm rooting for the underdog, so I will go for the PBG Alaska Knights. It's like, I have this long-term affiliation with a team, with a sports team that I can't get over. I'm rooting for them. They're not doing well, but I won't back off. I'll still root for them.
And I want to ask you a little bit about that. When a team performs the way PBG Alaska Knights has, which is a no performance, a no-show so far, do they become a big target? Will that mean that Alpine SG Pipers are not thinking about let's hold here, but instead they want to strike on every board, including the superstar women?
I think the superstar women board for the Alpine SG Pipers, both of them have been doing really well. Nino Batsiashvili hasn't lost a single game, 3 wins, 1 draw. And Ho Yifan, if we look at her, she's coming back into her own. She did beat Humpy. So here, Katrina Lagno and Sara Khadem have to be very careful.
Yeah, I actually think that the Alpine SG Pipers have advantage on both the boards here. But Katarina Lagno, as we saw yesterday, can be super tricky. She was winning from the opening with Humpy, but she faltered in the middle game and Humpy took home the full point.
And we've seen that storyline with Lagno, and that's not very characteristic of the player that she is. Usually she's able to convert positions and advantages flawlessly. It almost feels like, Sagar, for the Alaskan Knights, they have struggled on every single board. It's not the positions. They tend to get Arjun completely winning in his game and then falters. Something that's not characteristic of him either.
Yeah, and I think this match, it's very important for Arjun to strike on board 2. He's taking on Anish Giri on the male superstar board. And Dominguez is playing against Pragnananda here. I think Dominguez with the white pieces can remain very solid here and say that, okay, I'll hold Pragg, Arjun, go and get Anish.
I think that's a great strategy because Pragnananda is definitely a small favorite in that matchup, but Lanier playing with the white pieces might want to just keep Pragnananda off arm's distance there, and Arjun Irigasi is definitely going to try to bring the PBG Alaska Knights 3 points.
And I want to get another storyline in here. You've got Pragnananda and Arjun Irigasi, 2 extremely good friends, very close buddies there, but right now they're fighting for opposite teams. Do you think somewhere Pragg is rooting for Anish today, who's playing his good friend Arjun?
Oh, for sure. I mean, once you are in a team, you just root for your teammates, your friends off the board. I'm pretty sure Pragg and Arjun are walking on the Marine Drive as buddies at some point, but during the game, it's all that Pragg wants is for his team to win.
And there is no I in the team. All the players have to take weight off this player here, Gukesh Domaraju, because he has been struggling in this event. He's taking on Fabiano Caruana, someone who can potentially play him in the World Championship match, as Fabi has qualified to the candidates.
And Fabiano Caruana has immense experience as a big stage player, playing under the spotlight so many times. And these two also have had epic battles between each other in different formats, different time controls, with one coming on top, then the other, and another chapter will be written today. But I want to just talk about Gukesh right now. Becoming the world champion. It obviously, the weight of expectations, the crown wears heavy. And we've seen that sort of play out, Sagar, this entire year. Every single result, every loss, every draw, heavily scrutinized. How difficult is it for him to block out the noise? Is that a challenge that he's facing and dealing with right now?
I think for Gukesh, he's so focused on his own improvement. He doesn't really follow the social media so much. He's looking at every game as an opportunity to get better, and look at that confidence of the PBG
Quite a walk
Alaskan
there.
Knights. Very quickly getting in. Smile on the face of Katrina Lagnok, Sara Khadem coming in, and Daniel Darda there, and Swayams Mishra as the coach of the team, not holding the flag in his hand.
But I
Something's
think
missing.
their walk definitely doing the talk there. Very confident walk by the PBG Alaskan Knights, and here come the
Alpine SG Pipers.
Along with Nino Batsiashvili, Leon Mendonça and Praveen Tipse, the coach of the team, waving the flag confidently inside the playing hall.
And what a bounce back it has been for this team, right? They lose the first 2 games, then come back, win the 3rd match, win the 4th match. They know that they're playing against the team, which maybe not on paper, but at least on form, Alpine SG Pipers would be given a favorite by the fans here. So I think that brings me to my final question, the one that I love the most. We've got the flags in front of us. Sagar, who takes this battle for survival?
I can't take this anymore. I have to go with PBG Alaskan Knights. Let's go!
Tanya, you also have to make a
Yes,
choice. Come
let's
on.
go.
Come on.
You know, I think it's all about the heart at play here. I think we all want to see the PBG Alaskan Knights in contention. We want to see the field wide open for the battles to come neck to neck in this one. And we're rooting for the underdogs here, the winless PBG Alaskan Knights. They're up against Fabianos Caruana's in-form Alpine SG Pipers. It's the moves coming up next. Don't go anywhere.
आज हम कुछ नया सीखेंगे।
एक दिन स्कूल में फुटबॉल आया और फुटबॉल ने मुझे बताया, ये सर सिर्फ पानी का मटका उठाने के लिए नहीं बना।
ये पैर डर के भागने के लिए नहीं बने। घुटने किसी के सामने झुकने के लिए नहीं बने। ये कंधे अनाज की बोरियां उठाने के लिए नहीं बने। चीख सिर्फ डर से नहीं निकलती
और गोल सिर्फ रोटियां नहीं होती।
सर, आपका गोलकीपर से लेकर दी बॉल तक के पीछे का सीक्रेट क्या है?
सीक्रेट नहीं, ताकत। मैं स्टेडियम को मजबूती से खड़ा करने वाली स्टील से इंस्पिरेशन लेता। APL अपोलो स्टील पाइप्स, देश की बढ़ती ताकत। प्राउड स्पॉन्सर्स ऑफ अल्पाइन SG पाइपर्स।
सर, आपका गोलकीपर से लेकर दी बॉल तक के पीछे का सीक्रेट क्या है?
सीक्रेट नहीं, ताकत। मैं स्टेडियम को मजबूती से खड़ा करने वाली स्टील से इंस्पिरेशन लेता। APL अपोलो स्टील पाइप्स, देश की बढ़ती ताकत। प्राउड स्पॉन्सर्स ऑफ अल्पाइन SG पाइपर्स।
कम ऑन गाइस, हरी अप। अरे सुनना, एक ब्रेक ले लेते हैं।
गाइस, आई एम टेलिंग यू, तुम लोगों को सही से ट्रैकिंग नहीं आता, बट दैट्स ओके, यू कैन लर्न। रोज का ढक्कन देना। ये रेड वाला है, सही वाला देना।
अबे ढक्कन, पहले तो सही पानी पीना।
Manikchand Oxyrich, proudly Indian.
सर, आप
sometimes all you need is a little walk by the sea in order to kickstart those wins. Please give it up for team number 1 in the match, PBG Alaskan Knights.
Spotlights burning through the night, legends stepping into the light. Crowds roar like a rising tide, biggest stars standing side.
And now welcoming the players, World Champion Gukesh Dommaraju, Arjun Erigaisi, Lenia Dominguez, former Women's World Rapid Champion Katerina Lagno, Sara Khadem, Daniel Dada, along with their coach Swayams Mishra. A win today would help them keep the momentum, keep the engine hot and running. Please give it up for Alpine SG Vipers! And now introducing the players, Fabiano Caruana, Anish Giri, Pragnananda, 4 times Women's World Chess Champion, Hu Yifan, Nino Batsiashvili, Leon Mendonça, along with their coach, Praveen Dipse. All the best, and now you all can move on to your boards. And now for the first move, may I please call on Mr. Nikhil Soni, Vice Chairman and Managing Director, Triveni Turbines, along with Mr. Nitesh Agarwal, Chief Strategy and Risk Officer, Tech Mahindra. Also joining them, Mr. Bharat Singh Chauhan, the Tournament Director.
And guys, the big one is here. The match that we've been all waiting for, Gukesh Dommaraju versus Fabiano Caruana on the icon board. And joining me to take us through this match is the one and only Harshit Raja.
Let's go,
Harshit
sir.
bhai. This is going to be such an exciting clash because the PBG Alaskan Knights want to win at all costs. The SG Alpine Pipers, they want to make sure that they keep going. भाई मजा आने वाला है.
बहुत मजा आने वाला है. The games have actually just begun. The first one between the superstar women's board, Katerina Lagno starting with e4, the former world number 1, Howie Fan, going for the Sicilian defense.
And here Sara Khadem opens with d4. And look at the entire venue that we have here. It's amazingly set up. There are 6 boards. You can see Gukesh sitting there alone. Fabiano Caruana is not to be seen somewhere. He's gone somewhere. Let's go to the game of Ho Yifan and Katrina Lagno on board number 4. We have the Sicilian Khan that was played by Gukesh against Vishy Anand.
And I like this move, bishop to d3 by Katerina Lagno, because generally you place your bishop on e2 and then you put it on d3 in the future. And here Lagno is trying to put it on d3, directly gaining a tempo. And generally, black responds with bishop to c5 here, attacking that knight on d4.
Right, the Sicilians are always very exciting and we'll keep our eyes on this game. Let's go to Sara Khadem versus Nino Batsiashvili on board number 5. I think a very good choice here by Sara Khadem. She's just going for some offbeat line for a long game. Let's play with the white pieces. Nino in great shape here. She would be looking for her 4th win.
And I actually think this strategy of being versatile, just keeping your options open with the white pieces is a good idea, because then later on you can make a call depending on what's happening and look at the...
And Ajubhai versus Anish and Pragnananda versus Lenier Dominguez. E4 by Lenier, and I'm curious to see what Pragg plays.
Karo Khan.
Wow, let's go to Pragnananda's game. We see here Karo Khan being played. This means that Pragnananda wants to win with black pieces, huh?
He definitely wants to keep the game interesting, playing against Lenier Dominguez. Yes, the rating of Dominguez is higher, 2703, but I'm sure that does not accurately represent the strength of Pragnananda, as he is a top-class player.
Right, and let's go to Arjun Erigaisi versus Anish Giri game on board 2. And here we see a very solid Queen's Gambit decline being played by Anish Giri. Slightly passive.
But G4!
Wow! Ajju bhai! ये हुई ना बात भाई, mate करना है Ajju bhai को.
Bhai, we were talking about fireworks potentially happening on the board. Arjun is like, अब तक एक भी game नहीं जीते हम. I'm going to try to win my first game here. Goes G4. क्या हो रहा है pawn मारा तो?
You know, he's just playing with Anish. He's messing with him. He's like, why, if you take here, I'll take here, go rook G1 and attack. And maybe somewhere he's playing with Anish's mindset. Actually, it's not the most accurate move here.
But in rapid, pawn sacrifices work quite well because generally it gives you initiative and compensation. And here you see kickoff between Gukesh and Fabi.
Woo!
Let's go, Guki boy. Pawn to E4.
E4, and we also have the Prodigy board between Daniel Darda and Leon Mendonça. Knight to F3 here. Let's go to our icon board
Knight
and
to
see.
F6 played there, and it is the Italian opening chosen by Gukesh, the world champion here. Both players have tons of experience in this line. It's all about the nuances in move order. Knight F6, pawn to D3 played by Gukesh.
Hi Harshit bhai, I know how much time these players have spent on the variation with removing the bishop on C5. Now bishop E7 is getting trendy with Javokhir Sindarov using exactly this opening to beat Wei at the World Cup and take the title. So this is becoming something that a lot of people are playing.
Yeah, and I think Fabiano has played this opening with a lot of success with the black pieces, and here you can see players playing inside the fan zone.
Hey, क्या बढ़िया यार, क्या atmosphere है दोस्तों in the fan zone. You can see them playing. There is a simul that's being held, and if we go a little bit further, there's a big screen where you can follow the commentary. And if we go inside the playing hall, inside the Royal Opera House, we see so many people.
Hello, guys.
Hello, all of you. I hope you are enjoying. Yeah, very nice to see everyone super excited. And we hope that you all have a great time following this clash. And Harshit bhai, these headphones that people are wearing inside the playing hall with the big screen is a wonderful thing. You know, they can watch the players, they can also hear the commentary.
And what better way to listen to commentary on the game of the current world champion Gukesh taking on Fabiano Caruana, who has been argued to be the second best player in the world for a very long time after Magnus Carlsen. Bishop to E6. Opposing that bishop on C4, and here you can see the bird's eye view of the playing hall, the big screen
at the top, where you can see exactly what's happening, and the crowd has been so cool. By the way, where is the captain of the PBG? PBG Alaska Knights is there, but I didn't see Praveen Tipseji, the Alpine SG Pipers.
He is not worried about the performance of his team as they have won 2 games in a row. The game developing on the icon board in a very strategic fashion. Rook to E1, potentially having the idea of Knight F1, Knight G3, stopping D5 as the pawn on E5 is going to...
He takes, Knight takes, and Fabi plays at 6. I think Gukesh has a very nice risk-free edge here out of the opening. I love it, actually, because this is the kind of positions you want as white.
Absolutely. And you know, if I am white in this position, I'm looking at ideas with queen to B3, knight to E3 and bishop D2. We actually also saw Anish Giri playing this move, bishop to D2. It looked cryptic, but then I understood the idea. The idea is that you don't want to put your bishop on E3, stopping your rook on E1's ability to control the fine. The knight can come to E3.
And you want to go B4, Harshit bhai.
At some point,
That's
B4.
also an idea here. And by the way, while we are here, Harshit bhai, we need to go to board. And he plays B4. By the way, on the board, Gukesh. Maybe a small inaccuracy there, but very small. We need to go to board number 2.
Exactly.
Arjun Erigaisi is now better. Guys, what happened here was that after G4, where we saw Anish actually took the pawn.
He took the bait.
Bishop came back. He took another pawn. Rook G1. Long castle. Arjun doesn't want 2 of his pawns back. And now a mistake here. And this is dangerous. How big of a mistake this is, Harshit bhai, according to you, humanly?
I think this can actually be decisive already, as white can just capture the pawn on c4 and he has a clear initiative, a clear attack that he is going to launch on the black king on g8, rook g2, rook dg1, and this is exactly what Arjun was hoping for Anish to kind of stumble in his opening preparation idea here, and Arjun for sure is going to capture the pawn. Did he take? Yes.
Oh, yeah, he's taken it. And guys, this is the kind of chess that everyone was hoping for, that the PBG Alaskan Knights would play if they had to win. And Arjun risking it, seeing that Anish is very, very, classical in nature. He doesn't like these wild positions. And he's taking advantage of that.
And we do need your support, guys. Like the stream so that more people can join in and enjoy this live broadcast of the fantastic Global Chess League Season 3 that's happening right here in our hometown in Mumbai.
Right, and what's happening here? Oh, by the way, there we see a shot of the Royal Opera House and the fan zone. Harshit bhai, I want to quickly take you to board number 3. Lenier Dominguez is actually quite better against Pragnananda out of the opening. It seems like a very pleasant position for white.
It does look like a pleasant position, but what about the clock? Sagar bhai, 19 minutes for Pragg, 14 minutes for Lenier, which tells us the story that he has seen all of this in preparation.
Yeah, I think Pragnananda is also kind of playing against his opponent. He knows Lenier is very solid. These youngsters are actually trying to kind of make the most of their chances against the experienced guys.
Anchor mic mil raha tere ko?
Knight to c6 coming in, and the d4 pawn could be under pressure. And let's see how this game continues. Let's quickly go and check what's happening at the icon board. Once again, Gukesh, by the way, pushed his pawn to b4, now to b5, gaining more space. He's angling for the d4 move as well, Harshit bhai.
And if white can get to put his pawn on b5 and this break of pawn to d4 and he does it, it actually looks like this is a mistake by Fabi.
Fabi plays his pawn to b6, and today, guys, the PBG Alaskan Knights are looking strong on every single board. They are playing well, they are playing solidly. Maybe that 2-hour walk on the Marine Drive that Swayams Mishra was talking about has worked for the team.
Has done wonders, it looks like, because can we quickly... Okay, by the way, just to wrap things on this board, the reason why b6 is not such a good move is because we can push our pawn to d5 and the bishop on f8 looks like a big pawn there, as it's completely blocked by its own pawns on g7 and d6, but rook d1.
Brings his rook to d1, and now Fabi gets a chance to actually take here and push the pawn to d5 and maybe try for equality. But these are complex decisions, guys. These are not easy ones, whether you should push, not push, take, not take, because everything has its pros and cons, and maybe Fabi will not exchange here.
Every capture is definitely going to be a decision here for Fabi, because if you take on d4 with the e-pawn, it does allow white to capture back on d4 with the c-pawn, opening up the queen on c2. Not at all an easy decision, but I am very curious about what's happening on Gandhivam's game. Arjun Irigasi much better.
Bhai, Anish Giri hasn't made a move for close to 5 minutes now. If we go to board 2 and let's go full screen on Anish Giri, it seems like he's under pressure, guys. Look at him. He's sitting in a different way. If we remove the live board, he's like, oh my God, what should I do? I don't really see what's the way to progress here with black.
And for white, the idea is simple, right? We want to push e4 at some point, queen to d2, threaten ideas like queen takes h6 and discovered once the bishop on g3 moves. Is it actually a lethal attack that white is going to launch after?
I think white has a wonderful position here, and look at Arjun there. He's not even for a second moving his eyes away from the board, because generally Arjun is quite calm, but when you have had 4 games without a win, you just want to zone in and win it for yourself.
Zone in. He does look locked in right here on the black king on g8. 11.5 minutes for Anish, as he's going to try his best to wriggle out of trouble on this board. Can we quickly go to the board of superstar women's? Nino Batsiashvili has started to become a little better with the black pieces already.
Wow, this is actually very curious, because white has a very nice kind of position with black hanging pawns here on c5 and d5. But somehow, if you go knight a5, trying to attack here, black just goes bishop a8. And somehow, the white pieces are a bit misplaced here, Harshit.
Do lack coordination. The knights on the rim do seem dim here, because where is the knight on h4 going? The square of on f5 is nicely controlled by the queen on e6. Black can even consider playing the move pawn to d4 at some point, exchanging those light squared bishops, and black definitely having the upper hand after this move bishop to f8.
Once again, Nino Batsiashvili showing that she is a very valuable player for the Alpine SG Pipers. Somehow, Sara needs to hold herself together on this board. Let's go to the board of Katrina Lagno and Ho Yifan on board number 4. We see here a very even position, but I think Katrina Lagno is doing quite okay here.
To be honest, I was actually going to side with the black pieces, because we have exchanged our bishop on e7, our dark squared bishop, which is generally a weakness, right? Because it's kind of behind our own pawn on d6 and the knight on f6. And in endgames, this idea of king to f8 to e7 is going to become very relevant to support our weakness of the pawn on d6.
But Harshit bhai, before the end game is the middle game, and somehow these d6 and b6 pawns are slightly weak. So this is quite balanced. Yeah, this for now. I think Katrina Lagno is doing well against Ho Yifan. And now on the Prodigy board, it seems like Leon Mendonça is slightly pushing.
And we see prodigies on the board here, but look at the camera. We have future prodigies playing against each other in the fan zone.
Love it.
Having a great time. They can see the live commentary right behind them as, yes, hello guys.
Hi. So cool this is. And you know, they're playing against each other. I just love this thing here, that they get a chance to play. And then they listen to our commentary, and when the games get over, they can actually go to the players, get an autograph or a picture.
It's truly a chess festival here that the Global Chess League has organized. But look at Leon Mendonça. He has pushed his pawn to d5, challenging the pawn on c4,
Yes.
also threatening pawn to d4 at some
Harshit bhai,
point.
do you take the pawn or do you not take it?
I don't really want to give black the hanging pawns. And you know, when we have those hanging pawns up, this is exactly what we call hanging pawns, because they cannot be protected by any other pawns right next to each other. They can become very dangerous once they are in the end game and roll down the board.
They are very strong. So right now, Leon Mendonça slightly better. If we get our 6 boards on our screen, then we can tell you what exactly is happening here. Arjun seems to be doing really well on the center top board, but rest of the boards are roundabout even. And so that's why it feels like this match is right now even, but maybe with a slight edge to PBG Alaskan Knights.
It does look like the PBG Alaskan Knights have some advantage, because white can now drop back with the bishop to d3.
Can we go there? Can
Yes.
we go to Arjun Erigaisi's board?
Let's go.
Board number 2. There is a major development that has happened, because Anish Giri pushed his pawn forward, and instead of retreating the bishop here, Harshit bhai, he takes the knight on d5, cd, and now comes back with his bishop.
What a nice intermediate move that Arjun has found. White is still down a pawn, but looking at the evaluation bar, it feels as if white is just crashing through.
Hi, Harshit, I would be so afraid that this bishop would magically go away.
And rook c8.
And the rook comes in, and I would lose my queen.
You definitely need some magic for black to save this game, Sagar Bhai, as white, after the move bishop d3, is threatening to go bishop to c7 and queen to c6. Actually, if you just take your move, yeah, queen c6 is...
Rook e8.
Oh.
And guys, what should white do here? Try to think.
Maybe
Try
bishop
to
h7
think.
check, huh?
Yeah, should you give a check? Should you move your king away to the side?
No. It's bishop to c7, trapping the black queen on d8. And these are the kind of ideas Anish Giri needs to be careful about. He's down to less than 10 minutes now.
Yeah, actually, Arjun Erigaisi is the one who's actually going to lead from the front. Yesterday, he was better against Wesley. So today, he must convert this. He must not let it go.
Bishop to a6 played by Anish
he
Giri.
defends this and is ready for rook c8. Harshit bhai, I think king b1 by tuck kar dete.
Yeah, king b1 should be played very quickly. Just a prophylactic move. You don't want to come under any sorts of tricks on the c line. Arjun
plays it.
He plays it.
He plays it, and now Anish, of course, bit worried here because now the queen can move to e2, knight can go to e5. Yeah, he goes rook c8, queen e2.
For sure, for sure. For sure, for sure. Yes, queen to e2 played by Arjun. Also threatening the pawn on b5, which he's never going to capture.
No one cares.
He's actually hinting to go towards the king side, as you pointed out, with knight to e5, queen g4. And Anish slides his king over to h8.
Oh,
it's
big
time.
mistake.
It's time.
It's time to go pick up the Gandhi worm and just, shoot the arrow there. Arjun Erigaisi is better, guys. Let's quickly check what's happening with the world champion on board 1. The icon board, and Gukesh takes the pawn on e5. Takes. And now bishop a3. I love this nice position that white has.
Oh, definitely playing for 2 results here is the white pieces. You can even play this move pawn to h3 at some point, just creating a luft for your king on g1. It's all about a good bishop on a3 versus the bad bishop on g7. And look at Fabi.
Very quickly.
Very nicely recognizing that he needs to trade those bishops. Bishop f8 to c5. Very nice maneuver by the world number 2.
Harshit bhai, here the engines were saying that Gukesh should not have taken on e5. He should have kept this. He should have played h3, bishop a3 directly. Taking here reduced his advantage, but it's still slightly pleasant for him.
It's slightly pleasant, but I do agree that keeping the tension in the center would have been quite dangerous for Fabi. So Gukesh and Arjun both significantly better on the top 2 boards.
Gukesh slightly better, Arjun really better.
And Lenier?
Lenier Dominguez on board 3. Guys, let's go to board number 3. Pragnananda is facing some dangers. Harshit bhai, can you explain to our viewers why is white better here?
Where is the dark squared bishop? That's the first question that comes to my mind. And look at this move. Oh man.
Chupke se aa raha hai bishop on the a3 square.
If my student or a weak player played this move, bishop b2, मैं बोलता यार तुम कहाँ जा रहे हो? Bishop was so nice here, but of course Lenier has something beautiful in his mind. He wants to reroute the bishop to a3 on this diagonal, which can never be opposed, as black misses the dark squared bishop dearly here.
Yeah, and once the bishop shifts there, it would maybe come into the d6 square. Then the b file would be in white's control. Somehow this bishop has to find a way to get into the game. Who knows? c3, bishop d1, bishop a4. I mean, there could be many cool ideas here. So, top 3 boards looking very good for the PBG Alaskan Knights. But on the women board, on board number 5, let's get there. Nino Batsyashvili is striking back for the Alaskan team. For the Alpine Pipers here.
And why is that the case?
Oh, she makes a mistake just as we arrive here. Look at this. D4 played here. Nino was like crushing it. F3 came. Suddenly she made a huge mistake. Okay, you can't take the knight because it's
queen h1 and you should be checkmated after king f2, queen takes h2. But instead, Sara finding this amazing Zwischenzug pawn to e4. I still don't get the point. Oh, I do now, because after d takes e3, you can chop off the knight on f6.
It happened. This is the live board position. D takes e3. And now a very important move here. Bishop takes f6. And after knight takes on f6, you can go and chop.
You can chop that rook on c8, but black will capture the knight on g5. I still personally think that Nino Batsyashvili is a favorite to win this match.
But a great comeback here by Sara if she manages to hold on. Guys, this is a really, really important moment. Meanwhile, Gukesh on the icon board is slightly worse. Something went wrong for him.
He missed this idea. He goes for knight e3 to d5.
Harshit bhai, c4 and white is pressing here. Very pleasant position, but goes here and Fabi's like, hey Guki, I had c6 planned.
Exactly. And Gukesh is going to be on the back foot now. Guys, almost 3,000 people watching. We need your support. to make this very entertaining and have a nice watch party here. B takes c6, queen takes c6.
What happened? Just tell me, like c6, like for example, if he went back with his knight, then perhaps takes
a passed pawn on the A line.
And so in the game, Gukesh said, I'm taking. But what changed here?
Look at the pawn on A4 and the pawn on C3. Both of those pawns look vulnerable as black also gets to put his knight from D7 to C5.
Yeah.
And this actually...
These are micro errors that, generally you don't see at the highest level. And Gukesh is making them these knight D5. I'm not so happy with this.
Yeah, it's definitely not looking good for Fabi right now.
And by the way, guys, while we are looking at this game so intensely, down at the fan park, there's someone special waiting for us.
Arjun.
We are at the fan zone and the atmosphere is crazy. Let me tell you, more than crazy, it is competitive. Can you see these kids playing here? They have been at it for a while, but we have the parent of this young kid here, Agastya, that's his name, and he is super competitive, let me tell you that. More about that from his father joining us right now. I've seen him.
Yes.
Like 2 minutes back, he was just annoyed because he wanted to play again. He wanted to win that game. Where does this competitive spirit come from?
He's not a good loser. That's the part of game and life I'm trying to teach him. But yes, he's really obsessed and really into chess. Just this year, we've discovered it as a family. And now we find ourselves watching YouTube chess videos of Magnus Carlsen, of Gukesh, of all the grandmasters. And I actually didn't even know that YouTube had videos with the electronic chessboard up on top showing all the moves. So I think it's very new and it's so exciting, as a parent to be here at Global Chess League and seeing so many young people here.
Who's he picked up this interest from? You or probably your wife or somebody in the house?
I would safely say that none of us are as good as him at this point. And I mean, we all used to play it as kids. But it's just something he took a passion to, took a liking to kind of, and we're just supporting him right now.
Wow, so basically this is an example of the kid teaching the parents something. What have you learned?
100%. I think after the first couple of months, I stopped knowing what to teach him next. So he has a coach now who kind of teaches him the rest of the stuff. So.
Okay, let's hope he wins this one. And then we come back to him and we have a chat with him as well.
So.
But thank you so much for joining us. Enjoy the fan zone experience here.
Pleasure.
Back to you guys.
Thank you so much, Arohi, for that amazing interview. That energy from the parents and the kids, and that energy is coming to the PBG Alaskan Knights. Harshit Bhai, a huge blunder by Ho Yifan. She played Rook D7 and she almost forgot that her queen is getting trapped.
Yeah, she did see this move pawn F4 and that her knight has a square on G6. But what about the queen? Where does the queen go? Nowhere to go, it's trapped.
What a move, Rook C4, guys. The queen has nowhere to go. All the squares are taken up. And the PBG Alaskan Knights are going to win this one. I don't think Katrina Lagno is going to botch up here.
Oh, this is a big moment for Katrina Lagno. She was also winning completely against Humpy. We should not write this game off just yet, as Howie Fan will try to find some tricks. What's happening on Arjun's board?
Let's go to board number 2. Arjun Erigaisi has got his knight to E5. It's a great position for him. He's ready to jump with his queen. His bishop is eyeing here. I think, Harshit Bhai, if Anish can save this, it would be a huge thing for him.
Oh, I don't really think it's possible anymore, because look at the clock. The clock also agrees with what's happening on the board right now. Definitely not going well for Anish. What's the move here? Bishop H4 or F4?
F4, Harshit Bhai. Take the bishop here, bring the rook up, double down the G file, and that's over.
Bishop F4, rook takes G7 could also be a crushing blow.
He played it, and queen E8.
Rook G7.
Why? What?
Can I take?
It's a
just
good
boom, bam. Take it.
Harshit Bhai on fire here. Take here. Maybe Rook G1. And somehow, guys, you have to be careful. Thoda tough hai.
Maybe we can just bring one more cavalry into our attack here. Queen f3 to
And
h3, and that's all she wrote. As bishop takes h6, queen h3, ideas lurk in the air. Arjun Erigesi has picked up the Gandhivam and is about to shoot down his first prey in this tournament.
And that bishop on a6, oh my god.
Yeah, this is
doing nothing.
This tells the story that when you castle on opposite sides, you have to be very fast in attacking your opponent's king, and Arjun has done this brilliantly, starting off this move, pawn to g4.
So good, so good. And so Ajju bhai here better, close to winning. Katrina Lagno close to winning. Lenier Dominguez on board number 3, really doing well. We saw about that maneuver here. Bishop a3. Yeah, there you see. We have the 6 boards.
Ooh.
The white bars are dominating here in the match. The PBG Alaskan Knights seem to have risen up from the dead.
Absolutely, they did find finally the team spirit, the team camaraderie that they were missing in all the previous 4 matches, and in this game, they are completely on point, completely sharp.
But you know, Harshit bhai, it doesn't take much time in the Global Chess League for things to turn around here. So very carefully they have to maneuver themselves, especially here. Lenier Dominguez has to play carefully with Pragnananda. He's better. He has the bishop pair. The knight jumps into f5.
The knight jumps into f5, but where is it jumping to?
Idhar baitha hai knight. It's sitting there. It's not doing much. Idhar pura, you know, the pawn chain. And guys, remember this maneuver we were talking about?
Can you do it now, Sagar bhai? Do you
Thoda,
like it?
small problem. The rook is hanging.
Exactly.
So we'll come to that maneuver a bit later.
Oh, and queen f3 played by Arjun.
Arjun, board number 2, queen f3, playing like Harshit bhai's suggestion, which is essentially like stockfish here.
This is a fantastic move. Maybe we can go full screen as we are witnessing the final few moments of this game. Arjun, with 10 minutes on his clock, is going to sacrifice somewhere, somehow. And
Queen h3. I think if Arjun, you know, loses this game, I'll put my house on stake. You know, this I haven't done it in this commentary session ever. But guys, this is right up Arjun's alley. You know, he is known for such attacks. I don't think he's going to botch up in any way.
And you know, generally I say that look at the focus with which Arjun is looking at the board. But now look at the focus with which he's looking at Anish's king. He is going to take that king with himself back home. Queen to h3 to take the pawn on h6 is a nice maneuver here.
Yeah, this is actually looking good. Meanwhile, guys, let's quickly check if there's any board. We go to icon board. Gukesh Domaraju against Fabiano Caruana. I think Gukesh, although he's slightly worse, he just looked at the other games and he's feeling the energy. He's like, yes, my team is doing well. I just need to hold. I don't need to win today.
I mean, I'm not really sure if he's feeling the energy right now, because look at the clock. 5 minutes, 19 seconds for him. The pawns on a4 and c4 also weak. Knight c5 can jump in. Fabi's position does look quite promising.
Yeah, Black's knight can jump in here, but Harshit bhai, as compared to what is happening with Anish, I think Gukesh's position is quite decent. He is trying to give up his pawns and he's trying to get counterplay against the white pawns. That's the idea.
And I love this angle that we have on the camera. Fabi and Gukesh on opposite sides of the camera here. Gukesh taking a look at the other boards as well to understand whether he should take risks or keep it stable. Lagno, on the other hand, still completely winning.
Yeah, for board number 4, there is a small tactic that we can see here. Beautiful move. I won't be surprised if Hoyifan resigns here, because check it out. If you take Rook d6, Queen d6
Blunder.
and take here.
The knight on b3 is a blunder? No, sir.
Check.
Queen b8 check, and you pick up the bishop on b3.
And if you do not take here and take directly on b3, then I can go check and pick up the rook on d7.
Knight f8.
Oh. Harshit bhai, maybe I have to play this endgame and make another queen.
Exactly.
Wow. Okay, Katrina Lagno making it a bit exciting.
But she has everything under control.
She has it under control. She has it under control here. And guys, meanwhile, the only board where the Alpine SG Pipers are slightly better is the board between Nino Batsiashvili and Sara Khadem. But even in that game, it seems like Sara has things under control.
I wouldn't say she has things under control because of such a mess that we have in front of us.
But it's not losing.
It's not losing.
And right now it's what? Exchange down for black. Black has just one rook, g6 played, and now suddenly white is even better here. Oh my god.
So just so that everyone understands, black is down on exchange here, but because of that knight on d5, pawn on e3, black has fantastic compensation, and now even black much better.
Oh my god, what's going on here? Sara Khadem goes here, and now suddenly bishop c6, getting the bishop on this diagonal is going to be better for the black pieces. She goes queen d4.
I love this move.
Very nice move.
I can't emphasize how dangerous those pawns on d4 and e3 are going to be. If white ever captures the queen, that would be an absolutely terrible move, and this is all black.
Tough moments here for Sara Khadem, but I guess today she can be. Oh, meanwhile, Leon Mendonça on Prodigy board is getting better with the black pieces. Arey bhai, aaj PBG Alaskan Knights agar haar gaye. Bhai, I can't believe what a match they are having.
Because the top two boards, Gukesh and Arjun were doing quite well. Also Dominguez.
No, Dominguez and also Katrina Lagno, all four boards. But on the bottom two boards, they are worse. And now suddenly, Leon Mendonça is starting to take on. And by the way, if Gukesh does something wrong on board 1, or if Lenier Dominguez doesn't do well on board 3, this could go away from them like it has been happening every single day.
It can go away in a jiffy for sure, Sagar. And here, if you can see, 8 minutes for Leon, 2 minutes 17 seconds for Daniel Darda. This looks more dangerous than the evaluation bar with only 2 minutes for Daniel and 5 moves to make.
And also the d4 break can come in at the right time. The b3 pawn is slightly weakened. I think Daniel really needs to be careful here. He's still in with a chance. His position is not lost, but it's very closely moving towards it. So, bhai, dhyan se khelo Daniel Darda, yahan par. And, you know, let's go to board number.
Arjun's board. What's happening?
Ajju Bhai
has sacrificed.
Ajju Bhai sacked his bishop first. Boom.
Boom.
G takes.
And queen f4. And what a nice move.
Rook g5. Boom.
Takes.
And now he wants to shift the queen. Check here. Bhai, maza aa gaya, bhai.
This is over. This is over.
Played this. And what happens if queen g8?
Queen h6. Queen h4 check.
Oh, check here. If knight goes, then this is hanging. And if king g7, rook jumps in. Boom, bam. Guys, I won't be surprised if Anish Giri just resigns here. What a play by Ajju Bhai here.
Yes, only 30 seconds on the clock for Anish here. I think he is going to be resigning at any moment here.
Guys, Arjun Erigaisi might get the first game victory for the PBG Alaskan Knights.
Yeah, this is a big moment for the entire team.
Okay, by the way, board number 5, Sara Khadem versus Nino Batsiashvili. Also going in the favor of the Alpine SG Pipers here. What a game, what a match this is turning out to be. Very close.
Exciting, but I really want to see the finish where the PBG Alaskan Knights gets their first victory.
Let's go to board 2. Let's go to board 2. Arjun Erigaisi
and
wins.
Let's go. Let's go.
PBG Alaskan Knights scored their first win. And guys, of course, Anish is our dear friend. We love him. But today, it was Arjun all throughout. What a game by Ajju Bhai.
A very nice victory. You know, a crushing victory from the beginning. He went for the attack with this pawn sacrifice, pawn to g4. Let's come back to board 5 as we were looking at the game of Nino Batsiashvili about to put the finishing touches on Sara Khadem.
Yeah, this one is looking really bad here. And bishop takes f3 coming in. Is that tactic working,
Yes,
Harshit
for
Bhai?
sure it's working. Take,
queen takes.
And check.
Oh, bhai, what a beautiful. I thought it was e2 check, but maybe your move is even stronger. We have a big result.
Yes.
Meanwhile, Katrina Lagno wins 6-0. 2 back-to-back wins for the team of PBG Alaskan Knights. But the match is far from over. Bhai, khatam nahi hua hai.
Bhai, because Nino is completely winning on this board. If she finds bishop takes f3. Oh, yes, she did.
No, it's happened.
Not yet.
It's happened.
She
Bishop takes f3. Nino Batsiashvili showing her class here. Guys, 4 wins out of 5 rounds. Who does that?
No, Nino is playing the best chess of her life here.
Yaar.
Beautiful move.
Too good.
Bishop takes f3. Takes queen f2 check, and that's all she wrote.
And she finds it. Win here for the Alpine SG Pipers. It's now 6-4, the scorecard. The match is going down the wire. I am getting goosebumps here, Harshit Bhai.
And I want to go to the icon board.
Yes, and Gukesh is better. Whoa!
Yes, exactly.
Gukesh now attacks the B6 pawn. I think this is a topsy-turvy encounter. Both have 3 minutes. Kuch bhi ho sakta hai.
I mean, to be honest, it's quite possible that the result on this board decides the outcome of the entire match.
Yes.
As both players down to 3 minutes. What move number is it?
It's move number 28. They need to make 12 more moves, and then 2-second increment starts, guys, after move 40. And look at Gukesh. He's looking at all the boards. He's like, bhai, meko kya chahiye? Can I make a draw? Is it good for me? Oh no, Leon looks better against Daniel Darda. No, I need to fight. All these thoughts running in his head.
But he needs to be happy that for the first time his team has scored 2 victories.
Yes. But it's no time to be happy right now. He needs to lock in. And meanwhile, just to tell you guys, it's very interesting because Lenier Dominguez on board 3 is still better against Pragg. I don't think Lenier will lose this. It's so good for
I'm not sure because White does have this extra idea of playing pawn from h4 to h5.
Yeah.
And somehow just getting more
so
space.
Lenier,
then
Lenier is good, right? He's white.
That's true. Oh, yes. Yeah. Lenier won't lose.
So Lenier won't lose here. But
Leon is winning.
Leon is winning. H4, a big error here because C4 is coming in. Harshit Bhai, C4 takes here, D takes, and boom here. This is hanging.
Oh,
D2 is hanging.
But is it so easy? Queen C2, Rook B2.
Queen C2, Rook B2. Queen E2 also met with Rook B2. This is trouble time. Forky.
Double trouble for the Alpine SG Pipers here as Leon Mendonça has been a star on the Prodigy board.
This is great news for the Alpine team because now with this win, they will actually move ahead. It would be 8-6 the scorecard if Leon wins here. But Gukesh Domaraju and Lenier Dominguez both slightly better. Bhai, kya hone wala hai? Let's head over to our icon board. Gukesh versus Fabi, guys. Let's just look and stay here.
Yeah, this is...
He's pressing.
Oh, man. He now has 1 minute 30 seconds on the clock. Fabi 10 more moves to make. He also has to make sure he doesn't lose on the clock. Knight comes to f6. You can't take the knight on d5 because c takes and both your rook and queen is falling.
Yes, this is not good. And by the way, taking this pawn at some point is possible, but it's white to move here. The last move was the knight coming in. So maybe knight d2 defending this pawn would be a good idea.
I like that move, knight to d2. My question is if black is actually threatening to take the pawn on c4 because at some point I see this fork, knight to c7 after rook c1 maybe.
Nice one.
Hitting both the rook and the queen.
Nice one. This is coming in after rook c1. He goes knight d2.
Good move. Best
move. Good move by Gukesh. Can he win this for his team? Because clearly Leon Mendonça is getting the work done for the Alpine team.
Oh, and that happened, by the way. Leon Mendonça has just won an entire piece.
Prodigy board. He is winning a piece here, Harshit Bhai.
Yeah, there is no way to defend the knight on d2 as 8 seconds on the clock for him. 7, 6, 5.
Daniel, make a move. Queen c2, rook b2, and resignation may come in here. He's losing
and
d2.
Yes, it does.
8-6 is the score. Wow, Alpine SG Pipers now ahead in the match. But guys, let's head over to the World Champions board. F4. He moves ahead. He opens up the queen on this diagonal. Harshit Bhai.
This is fantastic, but what's the point if he takes f4?
Bhai, Gukesh, focus on your game, man. You cannot go and look at others' games.
No, it's important. It's actually important in this format because he needs to know if he should draw or win.
No, you have to win. Gukesh, go for the win. F4 खेलने के बाद draw क्यों करना है भाई?
Bhai, his team is trailing 8-6 right now. 30 seconds for Fabi. We are shaking here inside the studio. What's the point if I take the pawn on f4?
Yeah, take here. Oh, by the way, he goes
slides
king
the king.
h7.
But f5.
No, f5 is interesting. He goes rook
f1,
putting even more pressure here. And guys, I must tell you, only 2 games left. Gukesh Fabi and Dominguez versus Pragnananda. Both the games are better for PBG team who are playing with white.
And
he takes f4.
Rook
Can
takes
Gukesh
f4.
win this?
Rook e8. It's not.
He goes rook f8.
Protecting the pawn on f7. A very important move for Gukesh.
Harshit Bhai, let's go. Knight f3, knight d4. Fork the 2 pieces.
I love that idea and he plays it.
Oh my goodness.
He plays it. You cannot take the pawn on c4 because the knight on f6 is going to be under falling.
Oh, what a move. You take here. Boom, boom, boom. and you lose.
You just lose. And look at that. 2 seconds के साथ उसने खेला knight h5.
Wow, Fabi down to 2 seconds on the clock, and knight d4 is a winning move.
Played.
Queen d6 attacking here, but take this.
You have to take
you
the rook.
defend it.
He takes queen takes e6, a entire
Completely
exchange
winning
up.
position.
But still,
you are not confident.
You cannot
Arjun,
relax.
be confident. And Dominguez is winning. If we go to board number 3, guys, Lenier Dominguez is totally dominating against Pragnananda in this endgame. He is going to go f5 at some point. The bishops are monsters.
Absolute monsters. They're showing the power when they are well connected. The bishop is going to come to c5, and the pawn on a7 at some point is going to fall.
Oh, and Gukesh, what happened?
What happened? What? He won, right?
Gukesh Domaraju
wins.
Has won his game. He has beaten Fabiano Caruana, and with this, the match score is 9-8. And now all down.
And Lenier wins. He wins. He wins. Pragg resigned.
Pragg resigned, and the
12-8.
PBG Alaskan Knights have won.
Finally.
Oh, I can't believe it, guys. This is the most thrilling match we have had, and PBG Alaskan Knights with 4 wins and 2 losses, and look at them. Look at Swayam
They can't
Mishra.
believe it.
They are like, we have won.
Katrina Lagno has the biggest smile on her face. Look at Gukesh. I have not seen him more happy even after winning the World Championship match. He's like, finally, let's go.
Man, these are the moments that we love at the Tech Mahindra Global Chess League. The team which was languishing at the bottom of the table rises like a phoenix. And Arjun,
wow, what a moment there.
That's the maximum smile you get from Arjun. But no, he doesn't smile more.
But we have to agree, Sagar bhai, that the man of the match has to go to Arjun. With his powerful performance with this move,
it's
pawn
so
to
tough.
g4.
It's so
no,
tough.
for sure.
Arjun, Gukesh, Lenier, and Katrina all played amazing chess, but I agree with you.
Yeah.
Ajubai, the Gandhivam, he was even the first person to win the game. He definitely deserves it here.
Yeah, I mean,
the MVP of the match. And look at Gukesh and Arjun, they're like, यार मरीन ड्राइव पे वॉक जाना पड़ेगा आज भी.
उनके चेहरे में इतना खुशी लग रहा है भाई. Like, you know, the way they are talking, they're analyzing the game, and this curiosity, regardless of them losing or winning, to know what they could have done better is the reason why they're 2 of the biggest talents in the world of chess. And finally, for the first time, the PBG Alaskan Knights stand tall after winning the match.
Yeah, they look at the smiles. They are like, you know, Gukesh and Arjun, like, new feeling, bro. I have not felt like this since last 4 days. And the team is really smiling. And for them, they need to win all their games now to have a chance shot to finish in top 2. But that's far away.
The second match of the day was very fighting match. All 6 results, some of them was won. Finally, according match points, Alaska Kings won 3-0, and game points win 12-8. Congratulating teams of winner, and also please shake hands.
Yeah, the shake of hands there. And with this, the PBG Alaskan Knights are so happy that, you know, even Gukesh was waving to the fans in the crowd. He was like, this, I'm so happy. He also led from the front, Harshit Bhai, to beat Gukesh, to beat Fabiano Caruana. I mean, top 3 boards won.
All of them won,
boards won.
They just took the onus on them, the top 3 players, to just make sure that the PBG Alaskan Knights get their first victory.
Look at Gukesh and look at Arjun there. They are like, yes, we've done it.
Let's go.
And they are all going and saying to their team owners, we've done it there. And meanwhile, the Alpine SG Pipers, well, they fought hard on board 5 and 6, like always they've been doing. They did so well, and look at the crowd that has come in here. They are shouting out there. Maza aa gaya, dosto.
बहुत मजा आया.
Too good. 12-8 victory for the PBG Alaskan Knights, We will take a short break and be back on the other side with more fun and excitement.
Vamos.
सर, आपका गोलकीपर से लेकर दी बॉल तक के पीछे का सीक्रेट क्या है?
सीक्रेट नहीं, ताकत। मैं स्टेडियम को मजबूती से खड़ा करने वाली स्टील से इंस्पिरेशन लेता। APL अपोलो स्टील पाइप्स, देश की बढ़ती ताकत। प्राउड स्पॉन्सर्स ऑफ अल्पाइन SG पाइपर्स।
सर, आपका गोलकीपर से लेकर दी बॉल तक के पीछे का सीक्रेट क्या है?
सीक्रेट नहीं, ताकत। मैं स्टेडियम को मजबूती से खड़ा करने वाली स्टील से इंस्पिरेशन लेता। APL अपोलो स्टील पाइप्स, देश की बढ़ती ताकत। प्राउड स्पॉन्सर्स ऑफ अल्पाइन SG पाइपर्स।
कम ऑन गाइस, हरी अप। अरे सुनना, एक ब्रेक ले लेते हैं।
गाइस, आई एम टेलिंग यू, तुम लोगों को सही से ट्रैकिंग नहीं आता। बट दैट्स ओके, यू कैन लर्न। रोज का ढक्कन देना। ये रेड वाला है, सही वाला देना।
वे ढक्कन, पहले तो सही पानी पीना।
Manikchand Oxyrich, proudly Indian.
सर, आपका गोलकीपर से लेकर दी बॉल तक के पीछे का सीक्रेट क्या है?
सीक्रेट नहीं, ताकत। मैं स्टेडियम को मजबूती से खड़ा करने वाली स्टील से इंस्पिरेशन लेता। APL अपोलो स्टील पाइप्स, देश की बढ़ती ताकत। प्राउड स्पॉन्सर्स ऑफ अल्पाइन SG पाइपर्स।
The wait is finally over and the PBG Alaska Knights are on the board with a 12-8 victory against the Alpine SG Pipers. The Alaska Knights take their first win and we head over to Arohi for the difference maker.
This is no less than the plot of a thriller Bollywood film, and this has just begun. Hello and welcome to the post-match presentation ceremony of match number 14 played between the Alpine SG Pipers and PBG Alaska Knights this evening here in Mumbai. To present the award, joining us is Mr. Aminder Khogi, Head of Commercials, Alpine SG Pipers, and the Player of the Match award goes to Arjun from PBG Alaska Knights. I am sure you're elated after this, winning the first game for the team. How does that feel?
It feels fantastic, not just mine, but in our team, no one has won a game before, and we're happy, like 4 of us scored in this game.
So you were the trailblazer for the team today, but there was one move I want to talk about. You pushed the pawn early on, a very unconventional move. Did you play the position or the player?
Mainly the position, but yeah, this is something that I had in preparation since a while, but I thought this was the perfect opportunity to use it.
You know, we're curious. Tell us more about that walk on Marine Drive that you all had that probably turned the tables today in your favor.
Well, yeah, something about it has worked out, and we'll try to keep it going.
You all did spark at the right time. Congratulations on your win today. Congratulations on your team's win today. Hope to seeing you all go long forth in this game.
Thank you, we'll try.
Thank you so much. That is it from the presentation ceremony. The PBG Alaska Knights have made a comeback and game is on.
Absolutely incredible, and this almost feels personal. It feels emotional for the PBG Alaska Knights after 4 straight losses get their first match victory, and what a way to do it against the Alpine SG Pipers with 4 of their players scoring a win. What a response by the team, you know, coming out of here, and Arjun, their player of the match, he really set the tone with his win.
I agree. I mean, you know, when you haven't won for 4 days, you feel like, will we be able to do it? And then this one day happens when everything comes together, you get the win in, and maybe from tomorrow, the PBG Alaska Knights can be a totally different team.
I agree with that. I think they just needed this, and they can just start from that can be their first round, actually, and start the tournament from here.
They say the first win is the hardest, and that's what PBG Alaska Knights finally score here under the Starry Nights at the Royal Opera House. They're looking like superstars right now, and that means we got to switch up on our standings, on our leaderboard. Let's bring that up. We're 2 matches down. This is day 5 of the Tech Mahindra Global Chess League. We started the day with a win for the Triveni Continental Kings, taking them right up, shooting up the leaderboard with 12 match points. But everyone relieved to see what's happening at the bottom of the board, as now, Sagar, we have teams with 1 match point difference spread right across from top to bottom, and that's 1 match victory away for any of them. Ketty, does this mean that the league is wide open now?
It is absolutely open, and I have no idea how the things will unfold tomorrow already.
Yeah, and also the thing is that if you look at the match points, Triveni are right now dominating, Upgrad are right below them, and right now we have the match between Ganges and Fires, so one of the teams could very likely move on to 9 points and be there with the Upgrad Mumbai Masters.
So much on the line, and so much was on the line for all the players here at the PBG Alaska Knights. You know, Arjun Aragaisi getting that player of the match. But let's talk about the icon of that team. So much pressure on Gukesh to show up. He's playing against the world number 3, Fabiano Caruana. And what a way to respond it was. Sagar, right here in that time scramble, it was going up and down, and finally Fabiano resigns, and a huge fist pump, because this is what it means to him. He shows why he belongs right up there, delivering with a smile, and it's got to be relief as well.
No way Gukesh reacted like this. As Harshit said, he's never seen him so happy. Maybe the World Championship match somewhere comes close.
Yeah, there was the last game when he became world champion. I saw his reaction like that, and today was second day I saw him this happy and emotional.
Him do that. But I think it meant a lot for the team, and also Arjun played an incredible game, but also Dominguez to beat Pragg. I mean, that's never easy.
A reaction so good that we've got to play it twice.
Wow.
What we saw there by Gukesh Domaraju at the very end. Keep your eyes on the screen right now. And as Fabiana Caruana on the last move resigns, there you see Gukesh looking at the crowd with a fist bump saying, you doubted me, I'll show you what I can do.
Yeah.
I love the smile. I love the greeting with the team. Everybody's so happy.
That's amazing. And finally, something to smile for the PBG Alaskan Knights. They need to keep this going if they want to have any chances of finishing in top 2.
The Knights are seeing finally the light of day there, a glimmer of hope for the team. It's still a battle for survival. It doesn't stop, but at least it's a start for the team that gets 4 wins on 4 boards, a team that was winless on every single board. So what a way to do it as well, Sagar. Every player impressing, and it was a complete bloodbath, Ketty. 6 decisive games.
Absolutely, and we need to point it out that it is not easy to crack down Anish Giri. We know that he barely loses the game, but Arjun was amazing. This game was study game. I'm going to show that to my students.
Yeah, and he rightly got the MVP of the match. But one player who has been doing so well for the Alpine SG Pipers is Nino Batsiashvili. She has 4 wins out of 5. She's a very close friend, Ketty.
Yeah.
I think she is doing brilliantly, but today was not enough.
It was not enough for her team, but she still won her game. And Nino, maybe not many people knows, he's one of the few female players who made a draw against Magnus Carlsen in a classical game. And you know, Tanya, what she said? After the question, how was the game? She said, yeah, it was okay. It was easy to make a draw against Magnus Carlsen.
Probably just a small blip on the road there, but Nino Batsiashvili has been on such immense form here, getting the win as well today, but it wasn't enough for her team. And now we are down to our final match of the day. You know, as the PBG Alaskan Knights pick up the pace there, they join the fight on the leaderboard. Alpine SG Pipers going down in that loss. It means for the Ganges Grandmasters and the Fire's American Gambit, this final clash of the day, the next match, incredibly important on our leaderboard. And you guys know the drill. To get the action started, it's time to decide the colors for the team. It's Arohi with the captains for the coin toss.
It is a big clash of the evening. It is the battle of the champions, and the 2 teams are ready. The 2 teams are represented by Vishnu Prasanna for Navita Solar, Ganges Grandmasters, and GM Srinath for Fire's American Gambits. Right here by us, also for the coin toss, we have joining us Mr. S. Raghavan, CGM, State Bank of India, alongside Bharat Singh Chauhan, the tournament director, and Mr. Ashok, the chief arbiter. May we please start the coin toss? GM Srinath will be taking the call. Yeah?
Heads.
Heads is the call.
Heads.
We choose to play white.
Fire's American Gambit wins the toss, decided to play white. Thank you.
So white it is, any particular reason?
Yeah, I mean, we have been getting so many blacks. Last 3 games were blacks. We're going to play another black tomorrow. So we felt that, yeah, it would be a nice change.
The big clash on the icon board, we have Hikaru versus Anand. Does it have a big impact on how you view the game, your strategy?
Not really. I mean, I would say that's the big clashes for the world outside. We focus on the moves.
Fair, well said. All the best for today's game.
Thank you.
Vishnu Prasanna, black it is. Happy?
I should win one of these tosses once in a while, I think. But yeah, I think black is a good color for the first half. Preferred color, so we're happy, and we've seen that, we saw that they had played black mostly, so yeah, black is okay for the first half.
Okay, other than the icon board, we have certain other clashes that people also have their eyes on. We have the Ronak Volodar clash, we have the Sindarov and the Rappo clash. Your thoughts on them?
No, Sindarov Rappo will be exciting, I'm sure, because they're both ambitious players and very interesting, and also Ronak and Volodar, both talented juniors. We are also betting on some of these boards to get the game, so we'll see.
Big game coming up tonight. All the best for you.
Thank you. Thanks.
That is it from the coin toss. The news is that Fire's American Gambits have won the toss, opted white.
And they'll have to fire up on all the cylinders right now. Fire's American Gambits taking on Vishy Anand's Ganges Grandmasters, winning the toss, wanting to start with the white pieces by Grandmasters Srinath there. Looking pretty upbeat, but they know exactly what's on the line. It's all about finishing in that top 2. How crucial, how critical is this game for these 2 teams, Ketty?
As we mentioned earlier, they can join the leaders. And this is a moment to say that we are here to be among the leaders and we are going to win this competition. So this is very crucial for them.
Yeah, I think both the teams are on 6 points. Get to 9, you are in the shooting range of 12 points, which is the leader right now, Triveni Continental Kings. This is a crucial match. I believe the one who wins this will have a great chance in finishing in top 2.
Yeah.
And that's a great call out. Now, the two players who've been really showing up for these two teams have been their Prodigy boards. I think this battle is going to be so incredibly important, and we're going to do our board-by-board analysis with our experts, Ketty and Sagar here. Let's start from right here. For Ronak Sadhwani, this is from our previous matchup. Ronak Sadhwani will face against Volodar Murzin, the world rapid champion. What do we make of that?
Ooh, for me, it seems like Volodar Murzin should strike at some point, but Ronak Sadhwani is getting his confidence back. You know, once the momentum goes on his side, he's difficult to stop. I think I would give a small edge to Raunak in this one.
Well, I agree with
Gotta pick up the flag, Sagar. It's incomplete without the flag. The Ganges Grandmasters it is on the Prodigy board for Sagar Shah.
So I'm gonna choose the Volodar in this match. I think he has scored some of the key points, and I have to be your opposer as well.
It is quite incredible, this battle that will happen. You know, we've been talking about Prodigy boards deciding, and I want to just backtrack a little bit right now. You know, we speak about the importance of that. Meanwhile, the fans here at the Royal Opera House are going incredibly wild.
Would love to see it.
They are screaming and shouting for Gukesh, cheering for him after that last match. And you know, he's a player you'd like to call on. But I have to also say, in that previous match, the Prodigy board as well, equally impressive by the Alpine SG Pipers.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, the Prodigy board is super, super critical in this entire event. You know, we've been talking about how the icon board, we are focusing on those matchups. But once a Prodigy board wins, and especially we've seen that happening for the Mumba Masters, Upgrad Mumba Masters, Daneshwar Bardia has been showing such great form. I think it's a critical board.
It's a huge one, and I think we had, you know, this massive matchup just go down because it changes the whole storyline of the Global Chess League in Season 3. A team that was so hungry for their win finally gets it done. And on the women board, there were mixed results, Sagar and Ketty.
Yeah, here, I mean, Katrina Lagno trapping Hoi Fan's queen was a big win because Hoi Fan is world #1. To win against her is never easy. And so I think that was a big win for the PBG Alaskan Knights. Meanwhile, Nino is doing what she's doing the best here, winning her games.
Do you know what is her secret?
That she talks to you every day?
Yeah, she was hanging out with me in the evening. Sorry, Sarah, we let you down yesterday. They're both very good friends of mine. Somehow Nino has really good tournament, and it always goes like that. If you feel happy at the tournament, if you like the conditions, your tournament is just perfect.
You feel good, you play good chess. That seems to be the recipe. And even at the superstar men board, the PBG Alaskan Knights have to be feeling good. 2 huge victories there coming from Lenier Dominguez scoring his first, and Arjun Argaisi with a stellar performance, the player of the match.
Yeah, for me, I think what was really impressive was Lenier Dominguez's victory. I think it was so stable. The bar never fluctuated. It was like better, 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 and then he just broke through. And on the other hand, Arjun just simply checkmated Anish's king. So very dominating performance by the PBG Alaskan Knights on boards 2 and 3.
I just want to play like Arjun in my every single game to checkmate my opponents in about 20 moves.
You know, it almost felt that tonight, PBG Alaskan Knights came with an agenda.
Yeah.
You could see it from that walk that they had coming into the arena. They meant business, they had serious expressions. It felt like a very angry team out there to prove a point.
Yeah, I think in general, they needed that one game to shift the momentum. And I'm very curious now what happens next, because they'll be facing like the Triveni team, the Upgrad Mumba Masters, all these leaders. And imagine they start beating them one by one. They'll keep on not only moving up the ladder, but they'll be saying like, we can beat just about anyone.
That's exactly what they're saying. And the big question on everyone's mind is what clicked? What changed? And is this the start of a massive comeback by the PBG Alaskan Knights? Sagar, you asked what's next. I'll tell you guys, we've got the world champion Gukesh live with Arohi.
Wow.
The man of the hour from the team of the hour, Gukesh Dommaraju joining us. How do you feel? First things first, tell me that.
Yeah, it feels great, especially to have a close match and win, and like seeing how the last few matches went. It's a great feeling.
You know what? You're not known as somebody who's very expressive as a player, yet after that win, we saw your fist go up in the air. What were your thoughts at that point? Like, what was going on? Was there anticipation of the win? Were you confident? How was it?
Yeah, I mean, after 4 losses to get a win is like special, yeah, and I think also today a lot of fans were like cheering so much, like more than I think more than any of the previous days. So before the game, me and Arjun asked me like, why do you think there were so many fans today? It's not even a weekend, and then we thought, finally it's time to start winning for the fans.
And what a time! I mean, this is the perfect time that PBG could come back in the game, because now you all start with the reverse fixtures. However, let me tell you, not just the crowd, it was also the commentators, it was also everybody here who wanted you all to win. And not just the crowd, but also everybody else, they went up in a cheer. But you personally getting that first win and getting that much love from the crowd, now that you see all of them, how do you feel now? Anything you would want to say to them?
Yeah, I mean, thank you for... Thank you for...
Any thoughts on that, Gukesh?
Sorry?
Any thoughts on that love that you're getting from the crowd?
Sure, it's always nice to... first of all, I love this about playing in India, that there are so many fans. I don't think we can see this anywhere else, and also a lot of passionate fans. So yeah, all of your love means a lot to me and the team. Thank you.
Well, thank you so much. Let's have one last cheer for Gukesh! Thank you so much for joining you. Back to you guys.
That looks incredible. And I completely agree with him. This is what makes it so special in India. To have this performance, to do this, to take down the world number 3 in such a crucial match, in a much needed win, it's got to feel all the more special when you do it in front of your home crowd.
Yeah, I love the crowd. They were shouting and they were just enjoying themselves. I think this is just amazing to see Gukesh become the world champion and then playing here against world-class players like Caruana. It's just a joy for the crowd.
I love what he said, winning for the fans. This tells everything. He enjoys to play here. He loves his fans, and all he needed was just one little victory. I think this team will be unstoppable from now on.
Yeah?
Let's go.
Hot take there. And Gukesh has always been a fantastic team player. Just the role that he's played in both the medal wins by India at the Olympiad and tonight here at the Royal Opera House, all it takes is one win to change confidence, body language, belief, and right there with that big fist pump. And you can see relief, happiness there on the world champion. And it's been a while since we've seen that.
I agree with that, Tanya. And we love to see this. We want to see this more.
Right, and this actually now sets the tone for everything that's happening here at the Royal Opera House. I think the crowds are going to come in every single day. Today is a Thursday, tomorrow will be a Friday, then the weekend. I think it will be packed to the brim.
Yes, we have place for everyone, guys. Come join us.
If those images coming out of the Royal Opera House of the fans surrounding, screaming, cheering for Gukesh, for the autographs, for all the players, the signings, the photographs, the simultaneous, if that doesn't inspire you to be here in Mumbai at the Royal Opera House, we don't know what will, because take a look at the day that we've had so far. Incredible players from across the world down here in Mumbai for the 3rd season of the Global Chess League. And this is how it started. We are 2 matches in. Coming up, the final match of the day. It's going to be Ganges Grandmasters taking on the Fire's American Gambits. And we'll be back with all the chess action in just a few to break down the final match of the day.
Chess or markets,
Smart insights can change the game. जैसे FIA, Fire's intelligent assistant. Get in-depth sector and stock analysis and deep portfolio insights. Fully AI-powered.
Fires, for those who are born to trade.
Investment in securities market are subject to market risk. Read all the related documents carefully before investing.
भारत का अपना सोलर, Navitas Solar, India's finest module manufacturer. We bring the power behind every winning move.
चेस हो या मार्केट, जीत उन्हीं की होती है जो दूर का देख सकते हैं। फायर्स एडवांस ऑप्शन चेन और 50 मार्केट डेप्थ के साथ मार्केट का हर मूव आपके सामने है।
Fires, for those who are born to trade.
Investment in securities market are subject to market risk. Read all the related documents carefully before investing.
भारत का अपना सोलर, Navitas Solar, India's finest module manufacturer. We bring the power behind every winning move.
And what an incredible celebration that was by the PBG Alaskan Knights. Well, while these two teams will be celebrating, one will be left with a heartbreak at the end of tonight. Will the Ganges Grandmasters continue their flow, or will we see fireworks, firecrackers by the explosive American Gambits in this one? A huge final match coming up.
I agree. I'm actually so thrilled with the icon board clash today between Vishy Anand and Hikaru Nakamura. We're going to break down this match very soon, but already feeling the excitement here.
Yeah, I agree. But let's start first to talk about this board, right? The last board, board
Yes.
6. What is your take, guys,
And
here?
we did speak a bit about this. My take here is, although Volodar Murzin is the current world rapid champion, I feel that Raunak Sadhwani is feeling the confidence in his wings right now. And so I'm giving this to the Ganges Grandmasters.
All right, so on that Prodigy board, Ganges Grandmasters for Sagar. Now, I want to discuss the Superstar Women board. You know, you've got Paulina Shivalova, who's been fantastic for the Ganges Grandmasters. She's raked in so many points for the teams, but she's playing against the 2021 and the 2022 World Blitz champion. 2 times World Blitz champion Asubaeva Bibisara. What do we make of this clash and the other one as well, where you've got Iniak against Stavrula, a very dynamic battle?
I will say Bibisara, Paulina might end in a draw because, yeah, we have Paulina, absolute superstar, 3 wins and 1 draw, but Bibisara has not lost any match. So I see her a very stable player on this board.
Oh, Bibisara has 4 draws, by the way. That's amazing. I think Paulina may be a small favorite there, according to me, but definitely in the other one, it's Teodora Iniak. She's been playing amazing chess, and I think she is definitely a small favorite on the 5th board there on the Superstar Women board.
For the Ganges Grandmaster, Stavrula has scored 1 board point so far, so she's definitely looking to get more points, hasn't really found her rhythm. And when you see a player struggling like that, you really start thinking about targeting that board.
Yeah, and that was my thought actually to choose the Fire American Gambits because of this board.
Oh, so you think that will be the key one, where ENIAC is actually looking at striking?
Yeah, agree with that.
All right, so you want to wave the flag right there for the Superstar Women board?
There we go. I love these flags.
So there we have it. For this board, it is the Fire's American Gambits who on our desk get that edge. Let's move on to our Superstar Men board and talk a little bit about that. Huge clashes there. And I first want to start with the youngest ever World Cup winner, Javokir Sindarov, taking on the creative machine, the super attacking, and probably the player with the game of the year, I want to say. His win against Vidit Gujarati, and I'm talking about Richard Rappo there. What a player he's been for the Fire's American Gambits. He's been the player of the match several times. What do we make of this clash? How do you see this one being played out, Sagar?
I personally think this is a very well-balanced matchup. While Rapport has played incredibly well here, I think Sindarov is a small favorite for me because of the way he's won his games with fighting chess against Pragnananda, against Vidit Gujarati. I think he might be a small favorite.
I agree with that. I also checked some of the games and the results of the previous seasons where Sindarov was a superstar. I think Richard will go a bit careful, and I would expect here also a draw.
Well, I will point out that Sindarov is the top performer for this board. For his board, Sindarov has raked up 11 board points for the Ganges Grandmasters. So perhaps a player that they would like to push for more, though Ketty here feels that this one potentially could end in a draw. Ketty, I'd actually push back on that and say that the styles that these two have on the board are just so incredibly dynamic, so aggressive, that I would actually think that draw is the least likely outcome.
Yeah, I would say so too. But you know, doing commentary of these guys, there are a lot of fireworks, but they don't make mistakes.
That's a great point.
They are not make mistakes, and that's why the game in the end ends with the draw. So yeah. We'll see.
On the second board, we have Vincent Keimer taking on Vladislav Artemiev. Here, I think a draw looks more likely to me, especially because Vincent, I think he'll try to win, he'll try to push, but Artemiev is just too solid.
He's too solid, 4 draws so far, and I don't think he's gonna lose this game either.
Yeah, so draw here, maybe we'll have both the flags here.
Both of them. I have to say one thing. I mean, this board for both these players, for Keimer and for Artemiev, it hasn't been a great tournament so far. They haven't shown their A game. They've gotten good positions, not failed to convert. It's been shaky up and down. And it does feel like they're still waiting to fire on that board currently. That's board number 2. Vincent Keimer, Artemiev, our experts feel that this might end in a draw as well. And it might as well just come down to a big, iconic clash. And I know, Sagar, you are super excited about this one.
I'm so excited to see Vishy playing against Hikaru here. And, you know, every time that Vishy comes to the board, I get this feeling that, can he do it today? Will he be able to handle the pressure against Hikaru? You know, and that's a question that he will answer. I don't know how he will fare.
I would say also, I don't know here in this match. I think again another draw here. I see Vishy being.
Ketty is playing super safe with all her predictions
It's
here.
my first day, guys. Here, I want to be careful.
For me, it does feel,
You give the
Tanya,
edge to Hikaru.
that Hikaru with white, that too against Vishy. We saw him against Alireza yesterday. He had the better position, but somehow those tactical ideas and all, Vishy just was a little bit less sharp, and Alireza beat him. And I think today against Hikaru, he's also this kind of tactical player. That's my feeling.
And that's also the kind of style that's very difficult to face in this format. The clocks might be what gets decided, but Vishy Anand doesn't care what Sagar Shah feels about Hikaru having an edge. That's a big smile on his face right now. Looking confident, Sagar.
Yeah, I think he shouldn't be, of course, caring about anything that I say. He has done there, he's been there, he's done that, he's proved everyone wrong several times, and today he might prove me wrong as well. I think I'm just waiting to learn from his games.
And he's an icon of the Ganges Grandmaster. He's an icon of our game. Vishy Anand is there, the 5-time world champion, leading the charge. And as you can hear, the crowd goes wild. You gotta love Vishy, and right behind him, the youngsters following the lead. You've got Vincent Keimer, Javokir Sindarov, Paulina Shivalova right there with Stavrula, Ronak Sadhwani, and the team coach Vishnu Prasanna.
I love this power work, also gritting defense. This is just fantastic.
And Hikaru Nakamura entering in for the American Gambits. Vladislav
Where's this
Artemiev.
team? Why they walk like that?
Richard Rapport.
Also, just me or there's a lot of distance between each of the players here going on?
Also, in this team, there are no Indian players,
Yes.
right, in the Fire's American Gambits. So I guess the crowd is somehow supporting the Ganges Grandmasters. They're like, come on, Vishy, we are rooting for you.
Yeah, they were a bit quiet, right? But we have to actually mention that this is the only team that actually beats the leader, Triveni Continental Kings, right?
Well, that's a great point,
That's a
Katie.
great call. I mean, the one to take down the Kings.
Yeah.
There was fires actually. who
And
did
that too when Hikaru actually lost to Alireza, yet his team won.
Alireza Firouzja, I mean, who doesn't lose to him in Mumbai? 5 out of 5. But that's a story for another time. Right now, it's all eyes on the Ganges Grandmasters taking on the Fire's American Gambit there. But Katie, to your point earlier, when you have Vishy Anand walking down anywhere, he's the only man anyone's ever cheering for in India.
Yeah, you know, everybody loves Vishy. We all love him. He's the icon, not only on the chessboard, but he's also a great personality. And you know,
and a
it's
fantastic icon.
Yeah.
I have to ask you the final question. Which flag are you going to pick up for the match prediction? Who takes it, Ganges Grandmasters or the Gambits?
Sagar, go first.
Tough one. I have a feeling that from all the predictions I've made, the Fire's American Gambits are the small favorites for me.
Yeah,
Whoa.
joining you with that. Yeah.
That's a big call there. You know what? I am going to root for Vishy's Ganges Grandmasters on this one. It's action coming up. We've set the stage. We've laid the storylines out. The only thing left to do now is to get the pieces moving on the board. It's Ganges Grandmasters versus the Fire's American Gambits. On the other side, you don't go anywhere.
Chess or markets, smart insights can change the game. जैसे FIA, Fire's intelligent assistant. Get in-depth sector and stock analysis and deep portfolio insights. Fully AI-powered.
Fires, for those who are born to trade. Investment in securities market are subject to market risk. Read all the related documents carefully before investing.
भारत का अपना सोलर, Navitas Solar, India's finest module manufacturer. We bring the power behind every winning move.
चेस हो या मार्केट, जीत उन्हीं की होती है जो दूर का देख सकते हैं। फायर्स एडवांस ऑप्शन चेन और 50 मार्केट डेप्थ के साथ मार्केट का हर मूव आपके सामने है।
Fires, for those who are born to trade. Investment in securities market are subject to market risk. Read all the related documents carefully before investing.
भारत का अपना सोलर, Navitas Solar, India's finest module manufacturer. We bring the power behind every winning move.
now for the big showdown of the evening. Let us welcome the two teams. The first team with the world #1. In fact, no, the first team with the world #2 as their icon player. Let's welcome the Fire's American Gambits.
Spotlights burning through the night, legends stepping into the light. Crowds roar like a rising tide, biggest stars standing side by side. Cameras flashing.
Introducing the players, Hikaru Nakamura, Vladislav Artemiev, Richard Rambo, 2 times Women's World Blitz Champion, Bibisara Saubayeva, Teodora Niepce, the reigning World Rapid Champion, Voladar Murzin, along with their coach, GM Srinath. And now the team with the 5 times world champion. Please welcome Navitas Solar Ganges Grandmasters.
Fans from every corner of the globe holding their breath as the tension grows.
Please give it up for Vishwanathan Anand, Vincent Kaima, the World Cup winner Zhavokij Sindarov, Polina Shuvalova, Stavrula Sorakidu, Ronak Sadvani, along with their coach Vishnu Prasanna. All the best to both the teams. You all can now take your balls. And now for the first move, may I please call upon Mr. S. Raghavan, CGM, State Bank of India, along with Ms. Gulmira Daulatova, Director, Kazakhstan Chess Federation. Joining them is Mr. Bharat Singh Chauhan, the Tournament Director.
And guys, we are ready for this massive clash we have on our hands. It's between the Fire's American Gambits led by Hikaru Nakamura and the Ganges Grandmasters by Vishwanathan Anand. As our guests make the first move, joining me for this commentary is the one and only WGM Ketty Satsalashvili. Hello, Ketty.
Hi, Sagar. So happy to be here. So happy to commentate on the game of Hikaru and Vishy. This is a game that one can only dream to talk about.
Yeah, and Hikaru instantly goes away from the venue, maybe for a small break there. We go quickly to board number 4. It is between Polina Shuvalova and Bibisara Asaubayeva, and between Teodora Inyak and Stavrula on board 5. Look at this venue here. So much action happening on these 6 boards. Love it. What's going down?
Just about 2 matches ago, I was in the playing venue and I loved the experience. You have it all. You have a commentary that you can listen and understand what's happening on all the boards. And you have players close up. You can see all these emotions. And Sagar, you know what? I love this format that it's a team competition. Sometimes we are missing some of the matches because they can finish at the same time. But here we have first 2 women are starting the games, then 2 men are starting, and then we have Prodigy, and the final icon board starts the game.
Right, and by the way, if we go to board number here, we see that it's absolutely symmetrical. We are yet to get moves rolling on chess.com. It will happen very soon. Maybe we can go full screen on the players to just see what's happening over there. If we can go, yeah, that's cool.
We have Bibisara with white pieces against Polina Shuvalova.
It seems like they have played the anti-Berlin here with knight on f6, and the light squared bishop has been traded for the knight on c6. So that's what is going down here. And on the other board, on the second board, if we go there, of the women's Teodora versus Stavrula, we have the King's Indian.
Yeah, we had symmetrical position. Sarula heard that Inyach had really good tournament, so she was trying to copy her game. But then we have C4 played by Theodora controlling the center, and now the position goes to the English opening, as we're calling it.
Right, okay. And let's go to the next boards, because this is where the game is about to begin. Vladislav Artemiev and Vincent Keimer, the two gentlemen of chess. Knight comes out to f3, and here the big clash between two completely creative masters. Richard Rapport, he's taking his time for the first move. He too brings out knight f3, like all boards are playing knight f3.
Yeah, what is it?
What's up with knight f3?
Rati opening is very popular. You know, you don't show your cards yet. After knight f3, you can go with e4, you can go with d4. We have Hikaru Nakamura here, just glancing to the audience and also looking around at the boards. It is a bit awkward moment, right? Before you start to play. You don't want to talk to your opponent. You don't want to look to the eyes to your opponent. So it just, yeah, it's a bit awkward moment right now. It's something happening. No, it's nothing is happening really. They are just waiting clock and they will start to play.
I'm actually looking forward to the start of this game. Hikaru is smiling there and
sipping water.
Yeah, and this is actually going to be so exciting. Hikaru, by the way, in the last GCL did beat Vishy Anand. I remember Vishy actually lost on time against Hikaru, but that might not happen here as we have 2-second increment after move 40. I think something's wrong. Yeah, they should start the icon board by now.
The arbiter is about to reach the icon board and start the game. I don't think anything is wrong. It's just a little bit... this is what we have. The arbiter is walking right now.
Maybe it has something to do with, yeah, there you have the arbiter coming in. He presses the clock and off we go, guys.
What is it, knight of 3? There you go.
Oh my God, what's up? Hey, don't play knight of 3. Yeah, okay, at least finally we have d4. I think 4 games out of 6 have started off with knight f3. And here we see Vishy and Hikaru now playing the Queen's Gambit here.
Hikaru taking his time. This is the moment you want to figure it out where to go, what direction to go, and he goes c4 then?
Yeah, I think c4, e6, something like this. We have the moves. Yeah, finally, the moves are coming in.
But wait, was it knight of 3 in this move?
Yeah, first move was knight f3. We don't have the moves yet. Okay, guys, let's go full screen here. Maybe we'll get to see the game a bit closer. Somehow, you know.
So when I see 2 knights towards the center, I see pawn on c4. So this is a position without d4. He delays to play d4. First develops the knights. Hikaru is a player who has his openings in the blitz and rapid. He's not getting too much at the beginning. He likes to stay back a little bit and then to try his best. We see his iconic ring as well that he is carrying with him for past 15 years, if I'm not mistaken.
Really?
Yeah, I have seen him only with this ring. This is something his, I would say. We also have a Vishy Anand close up. The things are hitting up on all the boards. This is the man why chess is so popular in India, and this is the man why we have the powerhouse with Indian team.
Also, he's the reason why the Global Chess League is, happening here. He played a big role in getting it off ground. And by the way, here we have some moves that have happened. I would love to make them. I mean, I would love to get the inputs coming in, but I think I'm making a few moves on the board, Ketty.
Yeah,
and
I see
hopefully I am getting them right here. So takes, and now a check.
This should be fine.
So this is how it's happened. He's put his pawn on c6, and Hikaru brings it back to e2.
Yeah, this is quite typical idea, right? To lock the light square bishop on black sides among the light square pawns.
So this is actually, and Vishy castles here. We can keep the board here. Yeah, the clock is not working, but at least we have the moves here that are flowing in so people can follow the game. It's castles here, and as the board gets updated, guys, we will see the clocks running. You know what, Ketty? I always, whenever I see Vishy playing, he gets a very good position out of the opening. Even here, he's very solid. I think he's developed his knight to d7. He just knows that in chess, if you do the right things, you develop your pieces, you control the center, you can't get a bad position.
Exactly, that's all you need. And also he has to watch out the time because Hikaru has here this advantage of being super fast player. And Vishy has to keep some time on the clock for some distance on the clock.
Right. And by the way, has Hikaru made his move? Do we have a shot of the board? Can we see the board from a top view? That would be very cool.
Let's go. This is too far.
Yeah.
We need some glasses for this.
And as the games are updating here, the players are playing, and we hope that we very soon will have the moves coming in. And Hikaru, by the way, has played the move Queen C2. And Vishy went with his rook to E8. Okay, let's have the board here. We are up to date with the live board right now. I mean, it's not yet. And yes, rook C1. That's very cool. That's very cool. Maybe if we can also place the board somewhere here, that would be very nice. The digital board, the analysis board we can have here. Then people can follow this game. Rook C1, guys, we would love. Yes, we would love to go to the other games and also give you an update. But for a few seconds, you're not getting the board. Queen B1. This is the live board position. Vishy Anand is slightly better on this one. He's doing quite well here.
Yeah, you know, Sagar, what he has to do, should not burn the time on the clock, should play something like H6 or something like A5 to just play any random move, because this is Hikaru's idea to give something small to the opponent, and then he's taking advantage on the time. You know, because you have to figure it out now how to improve your position if you have something slightly better. So Vishy should go ahead and make the move. Did he already make a move, or it is his move?
Yes, I think last move was Queen B1, and Vishy has brought his knight into the center of the board, offering a trade of pieces. And, you know, Vishy is doing this well. He's playing well. He looks confident. I think on the clock as well, he's quite well set.
Oh, I love this move. You know, knight on d7 was not so active, and he wants to take down the only active piece on the king side for Hikaru. And maybe in the future, Anand even wants to set up some kind of king side attack on the side. Why not?
King side attack could come in. And if, you know, Ketty, Vishy beats Hikaru, that would be a huge win, because Hikaru is like one of those players who's always playing, who's always in form, and you know.
Yeah, Vishy beating Gukesh, then Hikaru, that's a statement already.
Right. And by the way, if we can get the board here for people to see, this is knight to E5.
And that actually made...
Let's have the digital board.
That's actually made Hikaru think, right? Look at him.
Yeah.
He's not making move very fast. He has to figure it out, because if he makes any more passive moves, it will be too much lately for him, right? Because he didn't really try to get any center earlier. He touched the queen A1.
Whoa.
Ooh, where the queen goes.
A1. He's building a battery here. Let's have the digital board. I know the clock is not working, but that's okay. Let's have the board here. Yes, Queen A1.
Queen A1.
We can see here Hikaru setting up this battery, guys. But knight takes knight, and bishop opens up. C5, Ketty, the other bishop can also open up.
Oh, I love this idea, C5. And That was the main idea of Hikaru to lock the light square bishop, but he can now play this move. You know what else I like here? Rook lift on the 6th rank. Maybe somewhere, not necessarily here, Vishy can play rook to 6th rank and then go to the other side of the board, because I'm not so sure about Hikaru's idea with queen on a1, right? To be in the edge of the board.
Right. Wow. Okay. And so, guys, exciting times. And the news we have gotten is that there is some broadcast error that's happening. So the moves are not flowing onto the websites of chess.com and so on. So they are manually trying to upload it. You know, Ketty, it all looks very... Yeah, it's basically an error from the boards that are placed at the venue. So right now, the move that he played, what did he do? Rook FD1? Did he bring his rook? No, Queen A1. I think Vishy made. If we can zoom in on the board, Vishy. What was the move that Vishy made? If we can, yes, going full screen there, and you know, guys, we are trying to give you the action, the breakdown of this one. If we can go full screen, Rook C8 is what is played, Ketty. Rook C8, Rook E1. Thank you so much, Director Saab, for doing this. Knight F3, Bishop F3, and now the knight goes to...
What is the queen? Queen is... No.
No, the bishop went back to F8. Did Vishy do that?
No.
Yes. Bishop F8.
Oh, he was worried about the G7 pawn.
I'm actually a bit surprised with this reaction by Vishy, because his bishop, if we can get the digital board here, just to show you guys what just happened in the last few moves. So here, if you see, knight takes F3, bishop takes, and now the knight could jump in, or the pawn could push, and Ketty, black would have been better, but Vishy dropped his bishop back, and suddenly it's become equal now. Pawn to D3 played here by Hikaru.
I like this move because it controls the square on E4. And it's not too much for white, but now there are not too much of the threats as well from black side, because there's a need to activate this light square bishop, which is locked right now. If you go now C5, maybe white will have some kind of counterplay in the center with E4 or so on.
Right. And by the way, the news is just coming in. Suddenly, some kind of a cable has been just sort of gone wrong, because a player's leg hit it, and you know, something has broken there. So that's why there is no moves that are coming in. But guys, this is the up-to-date board that we have for you, and we do have, and if we can go again full screen on Vishy Hikaru to just capture the move and get back to this. Yes. So the move that was played here, knight D7, Ketty, and then
knight E2.
Knight to E2. Okay, thank you, Director Saab. We can go again back to the digital board now. Okay, knight to E2.
You know, Vishy really loved the knight on E5, so he wanted to get this knight here, and Hikaru says like, no, sir, not yet. Knight will not go on E5 because I have bishop and the queen lined up on this diagonal.
I think, you know, my first instinct is to push the pawn to F6.
To support the nice square for the...
Right.
Yeah, I don't hate that idea, actually, but just it weakens the king somehow. You know what white can also do here in this position? White can just jump on G3 and later on F5 or on H5 and target the G7 pawn.
Nicely pointed out, Ketty, there. The knight could become very dangerous, and Vishy now goes with his queen to G5. Oof, getting the queen in.
Ooh.
Okay.
He
wants to prepare knight E5.
Knight E5.
Yeah, knight E5 is coming in because now the queen protects it along with the rook, and Hikaru is ready with his move.
And you know, Sagar, after knight E5, you're kind of forced to take this knight from and trade your bishop. Otherwise, bishop is hanging, pawn is hanging on D3. You don't have much of the options there.
Yeah, knight to F4 is coming in here. And knight moves in.
All right. Shall we go knight E5 here for black? That's an option to do. Knight E5. And he's going for it. Bishop e2. Hikaru is keeping both bishops on the board. He doesn't want to trade it. What is the situation on the clock? I really wonder. I think, is this a correct time? And I don't think it's a correct time.
No, it's actually updating now. 14:28. They are updating stuff. Ketty, I believe manually things are being updated. Knight to e5, attacking the bishop on f3.
Yeah, and Hikaru played already bishop to e2.
Oh, he played his bishop.
Yeah, and we have knight to g6, offering knight straight.
Oh man, this is getting exciting. If you take the knight, queen g6, and then maybe c5, d4, the bishop unleashes here. You have a lot of pressure. And
Wait,
guys,
is he walking?
Yeah.
He's just walking.
Hikaru is trying to look at all the games that are happening here. And you can see over there also the boards in the background. Nothing is updating.
Working. That's why he's walking.
Nothing is updating.
Wow, this is a very good team icon, right? Just make sure that everything is under control on every board.
Right. And by the way, can we go to some other games in the the full screen view of the video? Let's go to board number 3 between Rapport and Sindarov and see what's happening there. Maybe we can go closer into that view to just understand what's happening.
Do you see this queen on c3 on the other side of the board? Sindarov's queen is getting very tricky.
Yeah, maybe the queen is on c3. Okay, we'll come to here when we get a nice oh, that's a nice shot there. And guys, this is a crazy game that's happening between Jahangir Sindarov. And he is down on the clock.
Do you think he took
minutes.
the pawn on b2? I think he took the poison pawn.
I think it's this London system that's there. The bishop came there. It's a weird position, but clearly a crazy one. We'll get back to it. Let's go to our icon board, and Director Saab, if we can get such shots of the other games. Let's have our digital board here. Hikaru is still thinking, and we can maybe have such digital shots of, the shots of other boards. Maybe board number 2 we can go later, but let's first stick here. It's not, the trade has not happened.
Yeah,
Hikaru
that's why
is thinking.
Hikaru was walking, right? If he wants to win the game, he has to keep the knight on the board. Maybe knight h5 to attack the pawn on g5. But if the positions are okay on the other board, he can trade. And there is not much for none of the side on this board. But it's too early to make any decision, right? The other boards are not shaping yet.
Right, exactly. Knight to g6 on the board. And by the way, we have the clocks working now, yeah?
Yeah, that's a good start, actually.
Good start. And Hikaru goes back. Knight h3
yeah,
on the board.
He wants to play the game.
Attacking the queen.
Yeah, queen is a little bit limited, right? You don't have much of the squares on the king side. You don't want to keep the queen in the edge of the board. Maybe queen to e7 would do a work here.
But Ketty, why not remain in the zone? Let's go to h4.
I didn't see this square.
Yeah, let's go there.
Yeah, I love that.
It's a nice square, but also your move, queen e7, is wonderful because you keep the h4 square for the knight. So keeping these things under, I love this game. The way this game is shaping up.
Yeah, it's hitting up slowly.
Yeah.
It's hitting up slowly.
And Vishy is keeping control here. He's doing well. By the way, guys, the clocks may not be accurate here, but the position is. The bar is accurate. Vishy is slightly better at this point after 21 moves.
Yeah, he can also consider to play something like queen to h6 as well, to leave the h4 square for the knight, and also to free the bishop on f8 on the dark squares and activate on d6.
I agree. Maybe we can go to board number 2 and get that shot of the board to see, because we saw board number 3 between Rapport and Sindarov. That was crazy. Let's go full screen here to see what's happening, and maybe that close-up angle, if we can have. Yeah, beautiful.
There we go.
Beautiful.
The time is really equal, 11 to 10. And the game seems to be quite solid to me, although I see 2 pawns on the queen side for Vincent.
Ketty, I think there are pawns on d3, c4 and h2, g3, f2, while black has pawns on a7, b7. So while this looks very even, this will heat up. Right now it looks drawish, but it can go in someone's direction if someone goes wrong. So, okay, we can say this is around even.
Yeah, if it's a classical game, they might even offer a draw and agree on a draw. But in this format, you don't want to do that. You don't want to miss the win with white pieces. And also, you kind of have opportunity to get more points with black pieces if you win.
Right.
That's why we don't have that much of the draws here in this tournament.
True. That's well spotted, well said. And let's go now to the icon board again, because there we see, and while we are looking at this, maybe we can later on go
Queen
to
is
the
on
next
H4.
board.
I see that. Queen is on H4.
Oh, Queen H4 played by Vishy Anand. And what did Hikaru do here? Can we zoom into this board? I mean, this one. Yes, thank you.
There we go.
So Queen H4,
Wait,
Bishop
goes
F1.
on G2.
Yes, Bishop F1 was played.
F1. C5. Bishop
Oh,
F1.
F1.
C5. Yeah.
Ah, Bishop.
No. Let it be there maybe if it moves. Yeah.
F1,
C5
C5.
and G3. Okay, we got it all.
BG2. And we have the accurate position along with the clock.
We have it
Getty.
all, guys.
Yes.
It's a perfection now. Finally, we got it. 11 minutes against 9 minutes, which is keeping good time on the clock as well. Hikaru is worried. I think he's worried a little.
Yeah, look at him. He's totally zoned in. He's focused there.
You know what? I would lose this game in about 10 minutes, but Hikaru, he's not going to give up that easy. He was locked in right now to figure out his plan. And also, he can just wait for Vishy to just ask how you're going to improve this position.
Yes. And so Bishop G2, and now it's Vishy Anand's move. What will he do here? Guys, we are getting the other boards also back. They are not yet back. We are focusing on the icon board right now. Just to give you the update, Raunak Sadhwani versus Volodar Murzin looks roundabout even. As soon as we have other boards, we'll also take you there. But for now, Vishy Anand is thinking for his move. What should he do here, according to you? He should maybe go Bishop C6, maybe Bishop A6. These are the possible moves. He goes Bishop A6. Oh, it's on the board.
I
He's
love
attacking
this.
D3.
I love this. If you get this one little pawn on D3, it's something, you know, and how white is going to guard it. If you guard with the C rook and go just slightly on the side, maybe black will even open up the center with C4.
Ooh.
And that would be such a nice idea to open up the position for black.
True. And you know, Ketty, once you have this bishop here, you may also consider this move D4. Because now there's no bishop hanging. And if you take here, I could suddenly trade on E1. And then all of a sudden, the D3 pawn would also be weak. So keep in mind certain tactics here.
I love this idea. And another thing what black can also do at some point, maybe to free the square for the bishop on C8. You know, to attack the knight on
and
H3.
to trap this guy somehow.
Yeah, and like force this knight to move around a little bit, which doesn't have much of the square, and force white to ruin the pawn structure.
Love it. Love these ideas that you are coming up with. And meanwhile, guys, Vishy Anand has 8 minutes, 40 seconds. Did he just stare?
Yeah. Did you see that?
He stared at
Oh
Hikaru.
my goodness. Oh, nerves. A lot of nerves.
Big clash here, guys, for sure. This is the most important one between the Fires American Gambits and the Ganges Grandmasters. And, you know, Vincent Keimer is going to boards and checking because, you know, his position is equal.
So stable, like everything is under control, and his opponent is taking some time. So now go back, Vincent. Just go back. You don't have that much of increment.
Oh, Hikaru plays Queen B1. He defends the pawn on D3. This is one of those games where Hikaru is trying to remain very, very stable and solid.
Sagar, is it C4? Is it D4? Now, Vishy should figure it out.
I think Vishy might just wait. You know, I doubt if he will take some action instantly. But I love both these moves, Ketty. They are so good. Both of them.
Yeah.
Very ideal.
I have no patience. I want to see one of these moves on the board.
Table number 3.
What happened?
We have. Can we zoom in? What happened here?
Sindara won? Sindara
won his game. 4 points to the Ganges Grandmasters as Vishnu Prasanna asks Javokir, what happened? And Javokir is like, I can't see any of the games coming. What should I do? And 4 points to the Ganges Grandmasters. And as Rapport also asks his team captain, what's happening here? Guys, this is drama and Vishy goes D4.
Yeah, let's go, Vishy.
Ketty, your move is on the board.
Perfect, Vishy. Wow, I'm still shocked about this game of Sindarov ending so fast.
Yeah.
What happened there? We're going to check it later on.
You know
maybe.
Sindarov game, I believe it was like this London system which went wrong for Rapport and Sindarov just calculated it out, gobbled up the pawns and won it.
Sindarov, have you seen how he walked into the playing venue? He was jumping on the stairs.
Oh, by the way, look at Hikaru. He's shaking his head, Ketty. I mean, I think the Fire's American Gambits are in trouble in this matchup, right?
I love his face.
He doesn't like it. He's like, Vishy, why are you playing so well? I don't like my position.
Nah, what he would say. What he would say now.
Yeah.
And who is now? We have every time someone walk in, right?
Oh, knight f4 and Vishy is going to take it. He takes it. Knight takes f4 is on the board. E takes f4. And Ketty, look at this pawn structure and look at this bishop on b2. It's like
locked up.
What am I doing here?
Locked up. Yeah, that's myself too many situations asking what I'm doing here.
No, I hope it's not that feeling right now.
No, I love it here. Not here, absolutely. So what's the next? How Sakar, I was thinking maybe somewhere black can start to attack on the king side. It's time to do that.
Yeah.
Maybe something like bishop goes on d6 to develop this bishop. Somewhere like h6, g5.
But I think, Ketty, now just start playing a bit more positionally, right? Like this is a weak pawn. Let's
you
attack
want to calm me down. Let's chill, Ketty, a little bit.
Let's go to board number 5 if we can get like that zoomed in view of this board full screen, because we don't have the digital board of this one, but we can try and go zoomed in. Yes, if we can go, love it.
Oh.
And right now we can
see a lot of white pieces on the other side of the board.
Yeah, maybe we zoom in a little bit more here. I think, Teodora Ignac's position here. What do you think?
What about her time? Look at the time. 3 minutes, 30 seconds, 7 minutes, 20 seconds.
Oh, this is getting a bit nervous here for Teodora Ignac. She always plays so well, but she's low on time and something should not go wrong here. Okay, lovely shot, complex game. And by the way, if we can go quickly to also board number 4 later and get us this view. But for now, let's go back to the icon board.
And what do we have here? Do we have any moves? Oh, the bishop went all the way from c8 to other side of the board on h3. We're going to get that position soon.
Yes,
there we
have
go.
It. The bishop came to h3.
I love this move. Getting rid of the light square bishop. Hikaru is not going to trade the bishop, of course. He has to just slide back on h1.
Because what happens, Ketty, if you trade it? If you trade it, this is all super weak.
Yeah, then you're going to go h4, h5, h4, push this pawn all the way to h4. That's going to be really difficult to handle that position for white.
Okay, let's go to board number 4. Bibisara versus Polina Shuvalova. We have some moves here and it looks like Bibisara Asaubayeva is better in this board, and that is good news for the Fire's American Gambits. Oh, she's totally winning, Ketty.
Oh, what is, there's some tactic. Maybe a5, a5, yeah, don't ignore that pawn.
Open it.
Yeah.
You know, Ketty, it's called Koldo.
What?
Koldo. Just,
Koldo.
Yeah, just
Koldo.
open the queen side. Open it up.
Go for
A5.
it.
She's going to go for it.
Baby, go for it. Double checking how much time he has for... yeah, and they don't have to really rush here. 32 moves to be played. 8 more moves to go before the agreement. And you don't ask her.
She plays it.
She's
winning.
She's champion.
Yeah, and by the way, can we go to board number 2 here? Maybe there are no moves on board 2 yet. We don't have it. So this is not the position. Maybe they are just updating this game. It will come up. But let's go to board number 6. We can see the Prodigy board. This is going to end in a draw.
Yeah, it looks not too complicated. Everyone controls the board. Some weaknesses there and here, but not really much. We have more fun games to cover, right?
Right. Going back to the top board, the icon board between Hikaru Nakamura. He's taken on H3 Ketty. Wow.
Oh, it is our analysis, no?
No. This is what is on the board.
No,
Can we go zoom in to this one? If we can just...
It is bishop g2. It's
So bishop h3, and maybe Hikaru made a move, maybe a little bit zoomed in.
He traded one pair of rooks there.
Yes, rook e8, rook e8, rook e1. Okay, got it. So rook e8, rook e8, rook e1, bishop g2.
What?
Yeah, because you know, Ketty, if you take rook e8, bishop c6, and queen f3 coming, it's what a tricky.
I love it.
Tricky. Can we have the digital board? I want to show this line. I would love to show this line. Look at what happened, guys. So, rook e8, here rook e1, Vishy takes on g2. He's telling Hikaru, take here, I'm coming here, and coming in to mate you.
That's a whole rook sacrifice.
But that did not happen. So Hikaru took here, and Vishy gives a check. And look at Hikaru there.
Hikaru is totally disgusting.
Hikaru is like, show me the moves, guys.
Look at him, not so happy. No, this is not maybe his best game, right?
Yeah, no, not at all. And by the way, can we look at the board now? Because queen d5, what did Hikaru play? Did he meet that check with something? Maybe we can zoom in on the board 1. Oh, Hikaru just rotating the rook there. So this is not good news for the Fire's American Gambits. They are already 4 points down in the match. Yes, there we have it. He pushed his pawn to f3, Ketty.
f3,
f3.
And yeah, makes sense. White has to activate the bishop because it's locked here on b2. He has more time on the clock. 6 minutes you can see against 4.
e6. Vishy playing amazing chess. I think if he manages to win here, that would be huge. But, you know, Ketty, Hikaru is an incredible defender.
Yeah, I love how he's making the moves. When you slide the rook on e4 and then press on the board. f5, kicking this rook.
It goes
back. Keeping the 1 square for the queen, because now the fight is about this only open file and who will control it.
Right. Vishy is still better here. He pushes his pawn to b5. He's trying for c4 someday, a5, a4 someday.
And maybe he even wants to play rook to a6 to attack the pawn on a2. You never know.
Oh my God, that's a great point. Can we have a digital board? I'll show this point to our viewers. Rook a6 to a2.
Yeah,
very
why
creative.
not?
Very creative.
Let's go for small pawns.
Okay.
Hikaru goes.
What does Hikaru play? We need to see the board because the moves are not flowing in.
We cannot see them on the face.
Yes. He goes queen
c2.
No, b5.
I see king f2.
King f2,
king f2
a6,
and queen to c2.
King f7. Do you think Vishy would be okay with a draw some point? Like he might just, and Hikaru will just agree to it?
I think Hikaru would be very happy here with a draw.
Yes, they are trading. This will end in a draw, Ketty, I think.
Is Vishy offering draw?
Yeah, he'll go queen e6. This is my feeling. Yes, he plays it.
Yeah.
He plays it. Can we have our digital board here? Just to show our viewers, queen e6 and Hikaru and Vishy might just agree to a draw.
Hikaru must be really happy here. But you know what? I don't think here Vishy will just offer a draw. He can still activate the king towards d5, then push the pawn. What he's really risking in this position?
Maybe just this game will end in a draw now, Ketty. I think maybe it's time for us to shift to another. Just a second. Oh, he went. No, what did he do? He didn't trade queens.
Queen a5. But how is that possible? It's illegal.
Can we zoom into the board here?
So he played queen to d2.
Yeah, queen d2, bishop e7.
And queen a5.
Queen a5.
And queen to c6, stopping queen c7.
Okay, Hikaru is fighting, yeah?
Yeah, because, you know, if you go to the end game, you have these double pawns on the f file, right? You cannot create anything there. And you allow your opponent to have extra pawn on the queen side. So this is what the super grandmasters are doing. They're keeping the queen on the board, and they're really annoying with this heavy piece.
Right, okay. And so right now, while Hikaru is thinking, there's something happening on board number 4. If we can get this view of board number 4, we have certain moves that are coming in.
Let's go.
Bibisara is totally winning. Ooh.
Oh, wow.
She's going to get 3 points back for the Fire's American Gambits. Shuvalova, who's been playing really well, is
She has not
busted
even
here.
lost any single game so far. Neither is Sarah.
She's busted here. This
Oh,
is over.
no. How to end
mean,
the game.
I think we are going to see resignation here in a second.
97.
Oh!
Wow.
What a win.
Wow.
3 points to Bibisara Asaubayeva. The score is
Fantastic.
4-5 in the favor of the Ganges Grandmasters right now. Big win there.
So much needed win here for Fire American Gambits.
Let's go to our icon board. I think this is the key one here. Queen c6, we stopped here. Can we zoom into the board? He plays bishop d2. Is it what he does? No, he came back with his queen. He came back to d2, queen e6, queen c2.
And then we have another move. Bishop is on d2.
Queen d2, queen d6, queen c2, queen e6, bishop d2, and now king e8. This is the live board. We can have the digital board now to show our viewers. This is what's happening. Oh, they're repeating. They're repeating. Or Vishy is playing. I don't know, guys. What's happening here?
Is he playing king
I
d7?
don't know. He brought his king up.
Oh, look at that. I love these players on the background watching the games. You know, they are not leaving the playing venue. That's really nice.
He goes a4. He strikes on the queen side.
Sagar, I don't think this game will end in a draw.
No, you don't feel it?
I don't think so.
And the time is also almost equal. Guys, this is the iconic game between Vishy Anand and Hikaru Nakamura on top board. The score is 5-4. He goes king e8. He goes back. He goes back. I think Vishy would be happy with a draw here somehow. Is my
Something
feeling.
is happening on the board of Stavrola and Inyat.
Can we go to that one? The board number 4. Yes. Zoom in. Maybe zoom in to this one. We can go full screen on this one. Yes. Lovely. Lovely.
6 seconds for Stavrola.
Oh, let's watch this. I think Stavrola has a knight and a rook. Inyat has 2 rooks.
2 rooks.
It's almost...
2 seconds? Oh my
she had
goodness.
1 second.
Oh my goodness.
She's playing on 1 second. No, she's going to lose this. I think Theodora will win this. But I don't know. Ketty could also go wrong. Something can go wrong here. What pressure?
Seconds for Inyat.
Check. King h8. Guys, what do you think will happen here? Can white win this? It's very important for both the sides.
Can we attack the knight?
Yes, she did it.
Something
She did
like rook to somewhere on f5.
F5 and then rook 8.
Yes.
Oh, you want
9 seconds also for white. White also has no
Theodora
time.
is a bit worried. She's going to take the pawn. She takes it. Stavrola pushes her e-pawn. Check. Is there a mate?
No,
it's
not
a draw.
yet.
She's not sure. She doesn't want to risk it. She has the memories that something went wrong earlier. No, rook f5. And
Attacking the
she
knight.
did it. She
Oh,
did
that's
what you
even
said.
perfect. Look at this.
I think
now
the knight is almost trapped. But the knight comes up.
Oh.
Rook. Oh, there's a mating threat with rook 8.
Wow. Now king can go
Oh, but
on
knight
the side.
f8 back. Oh my god. Well, somehow she didn't make any progress. I'm pretty sure that Theodora is winning here and a draw
Icon ended
on
in a
the
draw.
icon board. Draw on the icon board.
Let's go
back to that one. Everyone's watching that one, including us.
Oh, there's going to be another draw? That's not good for Fires.
Yes, and on...
You know, Stavrola's pawns are slowly going towards the promotion square, and Indich is just repeating the checks.
Oh man, Theodora! Time loss! No way,
second.
Let's go back to board 4. Draw.
She lost on time?
No, draw. It was a draw. She offered a draw.
Somebody give us
arbiter,
information.
please.
Sagar is having a heart attack.
It's a draw. And
Okay.
can we go to board 2 to see what happened between Vladislav Artemiev and Vincent Drew?
Draw
Here. So in effect,
the final board is also a
Mursin
draw.
and Raunak also drew.
Oh.
So actually, Javokir Sindarov's win actually proved to be the most crucial one there because that netted the Ganges Grandmasters 4 points, while although Bibisara won for the Fire's American Gambit, she got only 3 points. The final scoreline, Katie, this one is 8-7 in the favor of the Ganges Grandmasters.
And here we have Vishy on the screen. Must be really happy.
Insane. Vishwanathan Anand holding his own on board 1, and look at Sindarov. He's the MVP for the team. He played and he won. And Polina Shuvalova, well, she lost, and look at there. Hikaru is upset. Bibisara, well, she did her job, but her team did not.
Yeah, that's true. She actually played also pretty nicely.
Javokir Sindarov definitely gets the player of the match, you know, the MVP. And look at all the players. They are like, why are the moves not updating? Guys, this was actually quite a tough one. In fact, Theodora Inyak was totally winning, I think, Ketty. And if she would have converted that, her team, the Fire's American Gambits, would have won it.
I agree with that.
And
She had not enough time to figure it out. And Stavrula was so close to lose on time. This was not a day for Fire's American Gambits, but they were really, really close.
Absolutely. Whew.
Wow. You know what? The fact that they did not receive the games on the screen might actually affect, because they didn't know to risk it.
But you know what? When Theodora and Stavrula were playing, they had such little time, Ketty.
Yeah.
I don't know if they would have actually seen it on the board. That being said, the games should always be there, of course. But there was some kind of a technical problem. Some of the wires were disrupted before the game, and we need to know the full story. We will get it. But
Yeah, get the criminal. It might be some of them, actually. One of them walking on the wire. Okay, the players going right now forward. And we have this new tradition to greet and handshake and congratulate the winners team. This is not happening in the chess tournaments, that you line up like that to congratulate your opponent. But you know, this is GCL. Everything is
Before make
possible
an announcement about the result, I want to apologize to the players and to spectators for technical problem in this round. Was very strong match, and finally, Ganges Grandmasters won the match 3 points. And by game points, won 8-7. Congratulated players, and please shake hand.
And there we have the handshake. Well,
big
the
smile
players.
on the board. Big smile on the board. Sagar.
Off the boards as well, Ketty. I think this one was such a close encounter, the closest we have seen. 8-7 being the score line. The Ganges Grandmasters have managed to pull off something truly special here. It will help them on the leaderboard.
Vishy. Look at Vishy. He's a true icon and the good leader of the team. I'm sure he's having a really good time with his teammates. They are walking out. And we can hear people screaming.
We can hear the people screaming, but Hikaru and his team are unhappy here. But meanwhile, Vincent Keimer is so happy there. Vishy Anand, I'm sure, is going to be greeted by the loudest cheer there.
Yeah, come on, guys.
And there he is. And meanwhile, Stavrula and Theodora walking together. That's such a beautiful scene there. Oh, and Vishy goes straight to the crowd.
Oh, he just went there. He just went to the crowd.
And I love this. You know, they both played a crazy game, Ketty, and they both were talking to each other. What a day we have had here, guys. The Ganges Grandmasters winning 8-7 against the Fire's American Gambits. It's time for us to go for a short break, and we'll be back. We will see a very nice shot before going on a short break, because there is something very cool happening in the fan zone.
Let's go.
I love it. And look at all the Ganges Grandmasters boys there.
Yeah.
Vincent, Javokir, Vishy, and guys, on these beautiful scenes, we are going to go for a very short break. See you very soon.
Chess or markets, smart insights can change the game. जैसे FIA, Fire's intelligent assistant. Get in-depth sector and stock analysis and deep portfolio insights. Fully AI-powered.
Fires, for those who are born to trade. Investment in securities market are subject to market risk. Read all the related documents carefully before investing.
भारत का अपना सोलर, नविता सोलर, India's finest module manufacturer. We bring the power behind every winning move.
Chess or market, जीत उन्हीं की होती है जो दूर का देख सकते हैं. Fire's advanced option chain और 50 market depth के साथ मार्केट का हर मूव आपके सामने है.
Fires, for those who are born to trade. Investment in securities market are subject to market risk. Read all the related documents carefully before investing.
भारत का अपना सोलर, नविता सोलर, India's finest module manufacturer. We bring the power behind every winning move.
And we had a big result today. The Ganges Grandmasters beat the Fire's American Gambits 8-7 as we go to Arohi for the MVP of the match.
Today it was the World Cup winner who became the flag bearer for the Ganges Grandmasters. Hello and welcome to the post-match presentation ceremony of match number 15, played between the Navita Solar Ganges Grandmasters versus the Fire's American Gambits this evening here in Mumbai. To present the award, joining us is Mr. Raghav Iyengar, CEO, 360 One Asset, and the Player of the Match award goes to Javokir Sindarov from Navita Solar Ganges Grandmasters. Congratulations. How does it feel to win it for the team?
Yeah, I'm very happy. I think this is an important match, and hopefully we will try our best to play in finals. I like my team, and I like to play team tournaments. And yeah, thanks for everything.
Well, you have a legend like Anand in your team. How does that help to all the players, secure those victories, those crucial, tricky match places which you may discuss later on? How does that help?
I think we have a very good team in general. There is a lot of my friends also in the team, and also I'm very happy and proud to be one team with Mr. Vishy Anand, and I'm excited really. It's a very interesting tournament. Team tournaments is always interesting, but this format is something special. Like everyone was playing in the same color, and yeah, it's a very interesting tournament.
As the reverse fixture starts from the next game that you're going to be playing, you're going to be playing the same teams again. Which is that one team you're looking forward to play against the most?
I'm wanting actually 4-4, like 4 in a row. So next game I will play against Mumbai, which I lost first day. So I will try to take maybe match revanche. So that's why I will enjoy to play against them.
So revenge is on the cards then. All the best.
Yeah, okay, I will try, but hopefully not only me, but my team will win.
All right, all the best to you for the next upcoming games, and congratulations on this win.
Thank you.
That is it from the presentation ceremony from match number 15. Back to the studio.
The Ganges Grandmasters have won their game, and Javokir Sindarov, the MVP, Katie, what are your thoughts on this amazing performance by Javokir?
I love what he said. He said, I like my team. This is a team competition. And we can see that. You can see how icon Vishy Anand is with them in the team.
And Javokir Sindarov has been someone everyone put trust in the team of Ganges Grandmasters, as he won the last 4 games in a row. He lost the first one, but since he has been on a roll.
Absolutely. Let's have a look at the results today. The Prodigy board ended in a draw, a very solid draw between Raunak Sadhwani and Volodar Murzin here. And then we had the women's superstar board. Here, actually, we saw a lot of action as Bibisara won her game, but guys, Theodora Inyak missed her chance, Harshit. I think that was a big one.
Yeah, I actually think that on both the Superstar Women's board, the team of Fire's American Gambits had a big advantage. Bibisara converted it, but Theodora Inyak, somehow the nerves got to her and she was unable to convert her winning advantage.
And then going on to the Superstar Men board, and here we saw a very solid game between Vincent and Artemiev that ended in a draw, but Katie Sindarov, what do we speak about this guy? He's just on a
He's
roll.
on fire. He's on fire. He's on fire. I was wrong when I said this game will end in a draw. You guys were right with Tanya. It was absolutely fantastic game by Javokir.
And this proved to be the big game changer as we went on to the icon board. I think here Vishy Anand showed immense class to give no chance to Hikaru Nakamura throughout the game. Harshit, what a solid performance by Vishy.
Actually, it was Vishy who decided to turn the game from a slightly better position into a draw. He knew that he could have played for a win, but a draw was enough to win, and that's what Vishy did.
And with that, let's have a look at our leaderboard, because that is where we are going to keep our focus on. We are halfway through the tournament, and we see the Triveni Continental Kings up there with 12 match points, with 2 teams on 9 points, the Upgrad Mumbai Masters, the Ganges Grandmasters on 9, and then followed by the Alpine SG Pipers on 6, Fire's American Gambits, and guys, the PBG Alaskan Knights are on the scoreboard.
They have just started tournament, right? This is what we agreed. They just started and they have whole tournament ahead of them.
No, I completely agree, Katie. It's as if they should think that this is a 5-round tournament from now on, and they can definitely come in the top 4 standings.
Absolutely, and there is a lot of action that happened today, but also coming your way tomorrow are 4 matches, not 3 guys, because on the weekend, Friday, Saturday, Sunday, we have 4 matches each day. It's the Fire American Gambits taking on PBG Alaskan Knights, Hikaru versus Gukesh on board 1 at 3 p.m. And then, next up, we have the
Alpine SG Pipers, who have been doing really well in this tournament, taking on the Triveni Continental Kings. against the man on fire, Firouz Ali Reza. It's going to be a tough challenge for the Alpine SG Pipers. And then we have the local favorites, Upgrad Mumba Masters, taking on the Ganges Grandmasters, which just recently won their game. And finally, Ketty,
It's going to be PBGL's Knights playing second game tomorrow, and their opponent will be Triveni Continental Kings. That's going to be the match that I'll be waiting to see.
Tomorrow you will see Gukesh playing 2 games. You will see Ali Reza Firuza playing twice. There's going to be a lot of action. If you are in and around Mumbai, do drop in to the Royal Opera House. A big thank you, Harshit and Ketty. We will see you all tomorrow. Goodbye.
Bye.